Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated. Please kindly switch off your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid interruption. Thank you for your kind cooperative and attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, everyone. Greetings to all of you. His Excellency, Director of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Profesor Insinyur Panut Mulyono, M.Eng, PhD, IPU ASEAN Eng, Respectable Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Profesor Insinyur Selo, ST, MT, MSc, PhD, the Honorable Head of the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, Bapak Insinyur Deva Foster Harolda Swasto, ST, MSc, PhD, IPM, the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, Ibu Syamrahma Marsilia, ST, M.Eng, PhD, the Honorable Head of the Architectural Doctoral Study Program, Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, Profesor Insinyur Windu Nurianti, M.Arch, PhD, the Honorable Heads of Programs of Architecture and Planning, Department Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, and the Honorable all discussants and moderators, the presenters from Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, United Kingdom, United States of America, and also the participants and audience of this International Doctoral Colloquium of Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, 2021. First of all, let's thank the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world, the Lord of the universe, who has given us His mercies and blessings so that we can gather and attend this International Doctoral Colloquium without any troubles and obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself. I, Diana Ayudhya, will be your master ceremony and will guide this International Doctoral Colloquium. Welcome to the International Doctoral Colloquium of Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, 2021, under the theme of Architecture and Built Environment. Before starting our agenda, let me explain the agenda schedule of this International Doctoral Colloquium Day 2. First is opening session with the welcome speech, followed by the panel sessions and closing sessions. All blessed audience, let's move to the first agenda, the welcoming speech. Allow us to invite Ibu Syamrahma Marsilia, ST, M.Eng, PhD, the Secretary of the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to deliver her welcome remark. Ibu Rahma, the time and floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all the discussions, to the presenters, to the participants as well as the organizing committee. I'm very happy today to welcome all of you to the second day of the International Doctoral Colloquium in Architecture and Built Environment. I believe that yesterday we have a great time and experience in having the discussion with the various doctoral students from all over the world, different university and institution from Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, USA, and others. And I appreciate very much to all the presentators that they can happen to disseminate their research, as well as to all the discussant that they help to ensure the quality of the dissertation. And I also believe that today we will also have a great time and keep the spirit and the positive energy in today's discussion. This joint colloquium has started in 2018, and although last year we didn't manage to have one, but I'm very happy that today, this year, we are able to come back with a better way, having this hybrid event, and with many more institutions and participants involved, and it become a big and broader audience. And this pandemic also helped us to adapt to a new situation, and that I hope that in the next future, we will have so many other collaborations, and I believe that we will have this kind of event in many others academic collaboration also. And I think that's the opening, and I hope that everybody can enjoy today's occasion and have a very nice day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Rahma, for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the colloquium agenda. This second day of the doctoral colloquium will be delivered in 8 panel sessions, started by panel session 5. The presenters of the panel sessions are the doctoral students of Architecture and Planning Doctorate to present their research for approximately 7 minutes and will then be discussed orally by the discussants. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's start the panel session 5. Panel session 5 will be moderated by Bapak alias Abibawa Widita, STMS PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Now, we would like to invite Pak Alias to start moderating the discussion and invite all of the honorable discussants and distinguished presenters. Pak Alia, the time and screen is yours.
Thank you, Rihanna. So it is my pleasure here to moderate the panel session 5. And without further ado, I would like to introduce first the presenters and then the discussions. So for the presenter, we have Ibu Lia Rosmala Schiffer from Undip. She will present her research titled Tangible and Intangible Aspects of the Sang Cipta Rasa Cirebon Mosque as a Heritage of Historical Buildings. And the second presenter will be Ibu Diana Susilawati from Undip with her research titled Pangkemitan Building in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar Settlement, Sukabumi, West Java. The third one, it will be Ibu Ratna Dewi Nur Aini from UGM with her research titled Spatial Territoriality of Children in Pesantren. And it is our pleasure to invite the discussion. First, Ibu Prof. Paramita Atmo Diwirjo, STMArch, MA PhD from Universitas Indonesia. She's joining us online. Greeting, Ibu Paramita. And the second discussion will be Ibu Dr. Insinyur Dwita Hadirahmi, MA from UGM. So without further ado, I'd like to start this session by inviting first Bu Lia Rosmala to present her research. Please, Bu Lia, the time and floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Alias Widita. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Lia Rosmala Schiffer, and I'm one of the doctoral architecture and urban planning program from Universitas Diponegoro, Semarang. And today I would like to present my research. Okay, my research is about tangible and intangible aspects of the Sang Cipta Rasa Mosque as a heritage of historical building towards the sustainable mosque architecture. The background is first The spread of Islam in West Java cannot be separated full from the three places, namely Cirebon, Banten, and Sunda Kelapa, because these areas become the central spatial setting for the entry and development of Islam in West Java in the early days. Geographically, Cirebon is located on the north coast of Java or on the east coast of the capital city of Sunda. Next, the existence of the Sang Cipta Rasa Mosque is one of the religious tourism destination of the Cirebon Tourism Office should be preserved because the mosque is a historical and cultural heritage of the development of Islam in West Java by Sunan Gunung Jati. And the mosque is in the Cultural Heritage Building according to a ministerial decree, SK Ministerial Decree number 238, 1999, Cirebon City Region. The object of this
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you choose the slideshow so that the slide will appear larger?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Got it. Yeah.
Slideshow, yeah.
Yeah. There you
Okay.
go. Thank you.
Yes. Can you see is it already slideshow?
Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Next, the object of this research is why I have chosen the selection of the Cipta Rasa Mosque as the object of the research is on the fact that the mosque is a high historical value as a cultural heritage from the Wali Songo era of Sunan Gunung Jati, and second, this mosque is visually interesting because its shape is strongly influenced by the Hindu-Buddhist culture of the Majapahit Kingdom. And this mosque is still under two mosques DKM of Kasepuhan Sultanate and Kanoman Sultanate. So it's very interesting. Okay, next. The legend of Wali Songo is still alive in the perspective of the Javanese people. The community still respect the guardians who have died with the tradition of making pilgrimages to the graves of the saints. This is what makes one of the factors of the heritage buildings towards sustainability of Wali Songo Mosque. This is the picture in the left is Masjid Sang Cipta Rasa, 1498 from TLV, and in the right is Masjid Sang Cipta Rasa in 2020. Three things that interesting that the mosque is inheritance, phenomenon, history, and culture. The second is religious tourism phenomenon, and the third is community participant phenomenon. Okay, the theory mapping. When talking about Sang Cipta Rasa Mosque as a historical building, we found that it was on the Islamic City, Mosque Activity, and Sustainable Mosque. This research problems is what are the tangible and intangible aspects support the architectural sustainability of the Sang Cipta Rasa Mosque, and the question is, what are the tangible and intangible aspects that support the Sang Cipta Rasa Mosque that strengthen the sustainability of mosque architecture, and how is the local concept that is slice of phenomenon of cultural historical heritage, the phenomenon of religious tourism, and the phenomenon of community tradition that will result the sustainability of the mosque architecture. The objective of the to be achieved in this research are deeper research into the tangible and intangible aspect of space of the Sang Cipta Rasa Mosque, and finding concept from the local of size of phenomenon of cultural heritage, phenomenon of religious tourism, and community tradition. This research method is from the research problems that I have told before. I choose study case methods with the first data collecting, finding proposition, and finding local concepts in the next step. This the research question is how the tangible and abstract the image of sustainable city of Sankipta Samaus, and how the local concept will in slice of the phenomenon of cultural heritage and phenomenon of religious and community tradition. Next, Next, the proposition is first, the mosque is a historical building that has aspects, elements that support sustainability. And the second is the phenomenon of religious tourism make pilgrim visit the mosque to act as the generator for surrounding area, increases the value of space in surrounding area. And the third is the phenomenon of historical cultural heritage. There are several religious and cultural activities. And the next is the influence of the Sultanate, Kasepuhan, and Kanoman was quite large on the ritual and religious event at the mosque. Okay, data searching from the preposition that I have written in the before slide is we conclude to have the analysis units as the social system, the economic system, and the physical environment. And then the stakeholder from Kasepuhan, from DKM, from pemerintah, from government, and from the local native. The activities that are going to be research is about social activities, cultural activities, and religion activities. And the specific times that will be researched is in religion day like Idul Adha, Idul Fitri, Ramadan, Maulid, and New Year, Islam New Year. This is the analysis units is about the right in the square is the Sankipta Rasa Mosque. In front of it is the alun-alun of Kasepuhan, and in the back of the mosque is the house in the blue and surrounding area. Due to this is one of the example of tangible aspect is we can find the phenomenon of the influence of Hindu architecture as in the Sultanate Kasepuhan Cirebon. The second is the phenomenon of the influence Javanese architecture is found on the Sokoguru pillars in the main room of the mosque. The third is the Great Mosque of Sankipta Rasa is influenced by the Javanese architecture Tiang Sokoguru, but in the Great Mosque of Sankipta Rasa, they have 12 pillars. And the doors are shaped like a Paduraksa gate. The other gate is rectangular and curved. Right in the middle of the arc is a rhombus shape consisting of 2 doors, in which there is a barrel temple decoration and the bottom is rhombus. One other thing, this is one of the many examples of tangible aspects in Serambi or in the porch of the mosque. We can see from the picture and from that at the first, the Sankipta Rasa Mosque is the main building is right there in the orange area. And then in 1568 to 1648, Panembahan Ratu just the south Serambi or the south porch that called Prabayaksa, and the east porch that called Pamandangan. And in 1597, in the Panembahan Girilaya, the east porch is added to the mosque, And in 1679, at the time of Sultan Sepuh I and Sultan Anom I, there has been added the porch in the front of Serambi Girilaya. So we can see that tangible aspect of the Serambi is during some period years, it was added one at a time to become the Sangcipta Rasa Mosque that we know today.
Julia, maybe time's almost up. Maybe you could have one ultimate slide, if I may. Yeah.
Okay, this is the intangible aspect that we can find in the Serambi is the phenomenon of the Wali Songo pilgrim. In addition to visiting the tomb, also visiting the Wali Songo Heritage Mosque, the phenomenon of Javanese culture on the Wali Songo pilgrimage on religious holidays. So, and the intangible aspect of Azan Pitu activities is the phenomenon of tradition and culture is call to prayer when entering the Friday time, the phenomenon of hereditary tradition and the selection of muezzin by the Sultanate, and the phenomenon of asking for help only from Allah. The conclusion is first, the tangible aspect of the Sangcipta Rasa Mosque, such as mosque architecture, the pillars, the Serambi, porch, and the Maksura were developed of strength through time. And the intangible aspect of the Sangcipta Rasa Mosque are the phenomenon influenced by beliefs, custom, and surrounding culture. Both the tangible aspect of the mosque influence the physical environment, and the intangible aspects of the mosque influence the social culture of the sustainability of the mosque. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Bulia. I guess because we would like to be conscious with time, I also would like to invite the second presenter. And the idea is that we will have the commentary discussion with the discussants later on after we wrap up the three presentations. So please, the second presentation will be Ibu Diana Susilawati from Undip.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I will introduce myself. My name is Diana Susilawati. I come from Diponegoro University, and then I will presenting my research about, please wait. Okay, this one. About Pangkemitan Building in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar, Sukabumi. Pangkemitan Building in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar Settlement Sukabumi, West Java. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, okay. This introduction, but fire is one of the most important element in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar. People in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar think that fire is alive, the fire that can move life in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar. The second reason why I choose this research is fire is a tribute to the goddess of rice, Nyi Pohaci. There is a belief in the existence of Nyi Pohaci as one of the highly respected mythological figure in the Sundanese rice culture community. Rice cultivation is no longer considered a means of earning a living or as a livelihood, but rice is alive. Fire, the third reason is fire as a logistic. To ketua adat in bahasa we call it. Yeah, fire is a logistic to ketua adat houses. Fire is not only used for cooking. There are many other functions that are used at Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar, like for ritual, and then one of which can provide fulfillment of needs of 4 houses in the Ketua Adat by the existence of a Pangkemitan building. Research focus to raise the allegation of the use of fireplace in settlement in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar. The use of the fireplace concept is based on cultural factor and geographical location. Another thing to consider is the concept of sustainability of the fireplace, which is still in use today. And then question of research, how is the role of the Pangkemitan building Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar settlement? And then the research purpose is about the purpose of this research will be focused on the following matters: to enriching local theory regarding the relationship between the concept of fire and architecture on the pattern of settlement formation in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar, which has a background as an agrarian settlement, which will be the location of research later. This is a view of fire and settlement theory. Maybe I can next. This is my methods. The study use of a field observation strategy. Field observation were made during a field visit to Cipta Gelar to obtain a factual and detailed picture in the field. This observation was carried out primary data, photos, and to tell the atmosphere. And then this is the location. Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar is located in the Sukamulya Hamlet Sinaresmi Village, Cisolok Subdistrict, Sukabumi Regency, located above an altitude of 101,000 meters over the sea. You can see the picture how the difficult the route. Maybe some of you can join to Cipta Gelar, and then this is Pangkemitan building. People who live in Cipta Gelar village are called Kasepuhan people. The term Om Kasepuhan is beginning from sepuh, with what we call it, with the prefix ka and the suffix n in the synonyms. Sepuh have the meaning kolot or out in bahasa. Based on this understanding, the term Kasepuhan emerged, namely the residence of the elders. The term Kasepuhan also shows the leadership system model of a community of or society based on the custom of the parents, sepuh or kolot we call it. And this is, you can see the hierarchy in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar, who abah with emak with baris kolot, we call it. Baris kolot is like a ministry in our country, and then in your right, you can see Imah Gede is the building abah. Pangkemitan is the building where we can find the guard of the building, and the name is Kemit. Kemit isn't a name. It refers to show the guard of the building. What is guarded by the Kemit is the flame contained in the building. Pangkemitan is a building located in the Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar settlement, which is open, made of bamboo boots. The roof is made of ijuk. The floor is made of wood, but there is a difference, namely that the pillars of the house are made of wood too. This Pangkemitan is a place where the people wait for or accompany the Ketua Adat, Abah Ugi, when they need something. In practice, everyone waiting is rotated from 568 villages every day, or in other words, there is a division of shift. The division of shift is regulated by rorokan jero, or we call it in bahasa baris kolot.
Bu Diana, we have 1 minute left, so if you would like to wrap up the presentation within 1 minute, please.
Okay, this is, you can see the Pangkemitan building in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar, but the what we call in bahasa Pangkemitan belakang is the most apa dibilang rorokan, istilahnya pangkemitan belakang itu adalah bangunan pangkemitan yang paling tua, is elder. And then there are three remaining buildings in Kasepuan Ciptagelar settlement, which is Tiang Awi. Tiang Awi is Abah settlement. Pandaringan is Sef Padi in Pawan Imah Gede. And then you can see your left is Pangkemitan building. Yeah, there is three things in Imah Gede settlement. The three buildings around Tiang Awi serve to meet the needs of Tiang Awi, where the Ketua Adat is located. Pangkemitan provides all the needs needed by the Ketua Adat. Therefore, it's necessary to have a committee who take care that the needs of the Ketua Adat are met immediately. Pandaringan in Pawon is a room for storing food ingredient whose function also fulfill all the needs of both Ketua Adat and the family of the Ketua Adat, and for the guests who come to Kasepuhan Ciptagelar. Pawon have another function to connect the guests to Ketua Adat places, but the guests must be guided with the rorokan Ketua Adat. And then this is my conclusion, the Pangkemitan building, which is guarded by Sang Kemit, in addition to keeping the flames burning for 24 hours continuously. This building also serves to meet the needs of Tiang Awi together with the Pandaringan building in Pawan Imah Gede. All needs related to food and beverage need can be met with the existing Pangkemitan and Pandaringan building. Pangkemitan has a role to keep the flame of a fire is on. When the Kemit forgot to make fire still fire, and the fire is off, there's a consequence from ancestor. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think it's enough for my presentation.
Thank you, Budiana. Thank you so much. All right. Again, without further ado, let's move to the last but not least presentation, the third one. So we heard mostly from West Java. Now we are flying to Yogyakarta, if I'm not mistaken. So if I would like to invite Ibu Ratna Dewi Nur Aini to present her research on about pesantren. Please, Ibu Ratna.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Ratna Dewi Nur Aini. Would like to present about my progress research of dissertation with title Spatial Territoriality of Children in Pesantren with my promoter, Professor Dr. Bobby and Ibu Dr. Rahma. The background of my research, the rapid development of the pesantren accommodate child santri. Environmental quality affects the quality of life. Case of child santri feel at home and do not feel at home in pesantren. Some opinions of parents and experts about children's pesantren. Children education is basic education, government program on child-friendly pesantren. Next. The question of my research, how is the child's behavior toward to special setting in pesantren and the surrounding? What are the factors that form the territoriality of children's space in pesantren and the surrounding? How is the concept of spatial territoriality of children in pesantren and the surrounding to achieve quality of life? Next. And the objective? To identify children's behavior toward to the spatial setting in pesantren, to identify the factor forming the spatial territoriality of children, and finally to find the concept of spatial territoriality of children in pesantren. The benefit of my research as a guideline for development of children's pesantren, as an idea or reference in the design of child-friendly pesantren. The scope of my research, santri that observed were elementary school age. It's about 6 until 12 years. Observation setting is in pesantren area and the surrounding. Children behavior that observe is individual activities and social interaction. This is the literature review about territoriality. Territoriality in the rough settlement area in the mouth of the river, territorial approach to spatial flexibility, territoriality of the middle of the lower housing community, territorial setting in public space, analysis space intact in territoriality, territoriality in dense urban settlements, the mosque in pesantren has a special territory, territoriality in settlement on the water, territoriality of the production house. And the next, the literature review about pesantren, the study of territory delineation in pesantren, spatial chain of settlement around pesantren, the principle of sustainable development in pesantren, communication tradition in pesantren, interaction between kiai and santri in independence in pesantren, mapping instruction barrier during COVID-19. The quality of attachment to children santri, material as gender hijab in pesantren, Islamic building character in pesantren, readiness of children in pesantren and student preference and adaptation to bedroom design in pesantren. According to the literature review, I choose the state of the art of my research is finding a concept of spatial territoriality of children in pesantren to achieve quality of life. This is the theory about pesantren from Wahid, Dofir, and Kemenak about pesantren. And then next, the theory about territoriality from Hall, Pastalan, Altman, Brouwer, Pertius, Hotman, Sack, Lawrence about the component of territoriality. Is territory, control, ownership, privacy, defense, exclusive, intimate, privacy, spatial behavior. Next, this is the classification of territoriality, but primary, secondary, public, personal territory, group territory, community, and free territory that affecting the territory, personal situation, and culture. And then quality of life, this theory from Rice, WHO, Melberg, and then theory about environmental quality, next. From Fisher, Ezzeledi, and Rappaport. The next. This is theory about space, next. From Lausu, Hiller, and Henschen, and from Hall. And then the theory about children development. This is from Ratus and Latifa. But psychosocial development of children is related to the development and change of the individual emotion. But self-centered, yes, this is children development. It's about elementary school age, from 6 and 12 years. This is the method next. The method of this my research, rationalistic paradigms and qualitative method with case study and then explorative. Okay, this is the object of my research. It is three pesantren Al Hikmah 2 in Gunung Kidul is in village, pesantren Baikuniyah Bantul in suburban, and MTPL Al Munawir Yogyakarta in the center of city of Yogyakarta. Data collection, observation, preliminary, systematic, and participatory. Interview with santri, parent of santri, manager, kiai, and community. Behavioral mapping, place center mapping, person center mapping, physical traces, indoor and outdoor. Next. Analysis about behavior, setting, and theory to be analysis. And then this is next. This is the map of the next. Yes, next. Al-Hikmah 2. Next. Next, Baikunia Pesantren in Bantul. And next. This is Al-Munawir Yogyakarta. Next. Okay, the finding of the preliminary research, feeling at home in pesantren because there are many friends. The use of space for joint activities to be one aspect that children feel happy living in pesantren. Santri are responsible for keeping their belongings in living together. Santri prefer to do activities outdoor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Ratna. Okay, since we are conscious about time, I would like to invite Bu Paramita, maybe first to give her insights and comments, and then followed by Bu Dwita. Please, Bu Paramita, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Alias. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to follow the presentation of the research progress of the 3 doctoral students and to give some comments on the research. So, first of all, I would like to give appreciation, of course, to Ibu Lia and Ibu Diana, the first and the second researchers, for their intention to choose a study that reflect the local specific case in Indonesia. I think it is very important for the researcher in Indonesia to explore about what we have about the cases that we have all around Indonesia and see what kind of knowledge that we can obtain from this study. And also to Ibu Ratna Dewi, of course, I would like to appreciate the intention to study about the welfare or the well-being of the children, especially in the context of pesantrens, which is also quite specific in Indonesia. My general comments on the 3 presenters, I just would like to emphasize that actually the doctoral research is expected to demonstrate novelty in terms of spatial and architectural ideas. So what I see from this research, maybe the first research by Ibu Lia and the second research by Ibu Diana, the research is at this stage demonstrate more as a documentation of facts from the field, which is very complete, very so many facts and data that you present that you found on the field, from the field. But that also leaves the question on the theoretical position and the architectural discourse in which this research should be positioned. So it is a bit difficult for me to understand which theoretical position is actually offered in this inquiry. For example, in Ibu Lia case, how do you see the idea of tangible and intangible aspect within the larger discourse of architectural space? Like which architectural discourse that you are entering, so that this research will contribute something new to that discourse. And also the research by Ibu Diana, if the idea of having fire in this specific context is found interesting, how do you relate this with the existing discourse, perhaps like the cultural or social or cultural discourse of architecture that in which this research could give the contribution? And for this research by Ibu Ratna, this is about the study on the behavior of the children, the territoriality, the behavior and the territoriality. I found that actually, of course, I see that this research falls within the area of environment behavior studies, I'm sure. But what I found here is that behavior, territoriality, and quality of life are actually very general concepts. So for a doctoral research to be able to offer a novelty and contribute to the knowledge of the environment behavior studies. It is very important for to define more focused aspect of the more focused aspect of the behavior, or more focused aspect of the territoriality. And also if you talk about the quality of life, because that is very general concept that can be developed into many different kinds of research questions. So if it is possible to have more focused aspect on all of this concept, then it becomes very important to make sure that the research can give meaningful contribution to the research on environment and behavior studies. I see that Ibu Ratna already tried to map some existing knowledge about each of the concept that she has tried to explore. But what I see is that many of them is just mentioning about the topic of research. Okay, this reference already research about this. But then the debate or the discussion about what is actually conflicting knowledge or new knowledge coming up from time to time and so on still cannot be demonstrated. And maybe my other general comments for all of the three presenters is that it's still a bit difficult for me to see what is actually the researchers think about the data and the facts that they are presenting. So the data are very comprehensive, the facts are very many, but I think it is the thinking process that should distinguish the doctoral research and simply the documentation. So only having a complete documentation, I think is not enough for a doctoral research, but the thinking process. So what do the researcher process all this information through a critical thinking and through critical analysis, rather than just delivering all the information. So here the voice of the researcher, like because I think all three of you use a qualitative approach. So the voice of researcher about how the researcher interpret the data, how the researcher read the facts and the evidence, and how the research try to establish the debate in all of this area of study, I think becomes very important. And then maybe the final comment that I would like to give to all of the presenter, I just wonder if each of the presenter are happy with their research. Yeah, I think happiness in doing research is very critical, I think, because research is not only finding the facts in the field and then presenting the data and then describing evidence cases or whatever it is, but research is about happiness, about excitement, finding something wow in your research. So I don't know if all of the presenters have already achieved that stage, because I think that is key to the research, so that it is something that should be enjoyable by the researcher themselves. Yeah, I think that's my comment, Pa Alias. I hope this is useful for all of the presenter. And once again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. All right, Bu Rita, now time and floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Api. Yeah, I think the three presentation is interesting, yeah, for me. For Ibu Lia, Cirebon is yeah, always interesting to be studied in the field of heritage conservation, and your research about the big moss is interesting, yeah, and you have already had a lot of preliminary data, yeah, many. What should be ensured for me is the focus of your research. Yeah, it should start from issues and problems. Yeah, what kind of problems emerge on the Sang Cipta Rasa Mosque? Yeah, yeah. What is the urgency of your research? This is should be clear before you start. Yeah, and then from your presentation, I think it also interesting to know the concepts of the big mosque within the philosophical framework of Cirebon as a kingdom city. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, you can elaborate it that. You think about the focus and the problems and the questions of this research. Okay, and then for Ibu Diana, I think it's similar. Yeah, the reason in doing this study is needed. Yeah, is there any problems regarding the Pangkemitan building so that this research is urgent to be done? Yeah, maybe problems that may relate to change and continuity. Yeah. With your research question, then it is important also to know about the concept or philosophy of Kasepuan Cipta Gelar, that may influence the pattern of the settlement. Yeah. And then this research could have aimed to find the architectural concept of Pangkemitan building. Yeah. Okay, and then for Ibu Ratna, research about children is always interesting, because it needs certain indicators or standards that's different from our standards. Concerning your research, that what should be really understood are the psychology of children, especially because children or teenagers are in the difficult stage of growth. You should very learning about this, and then also the psychology of space or architecture. Well, you already have the theory, but how to to implement this theory, with the theory of psychology of children. And then I think what you need is how to formulate the concept of territoriality of the children's space. This is very important. And there is a question, is there any difference between territoriality of children's space in pesantren and at home? So I think maybe you can also learn about territoriality of children's space at home, and you can compare with this territoriality in pesantren. Okay, and for the general comment for the three presentation, it is important to think about the contribution, of your research in academic and practical fields. It should be there. Okay, thank you, Pak Abi. That's my comment.
Thank you, Bu Rita. Thank you so much. I wish we have the Q&A session, but we already 10 minutes past from the intended time. But I guess I would like to use this opportunity to, summarize and give some, my observation. And I think this session really provides us with, how rich Indonesian architecture is. We can learn from Cirebon, we can learn from Sukabumi, we can learn from Yogyakarta. But still, the important thing is how we distill those information, those facts into, synthesize that will inform and affect the way we design, the way we plan, etc. Thanks again for the presenters' discussions. And with that, I would like to give the time and floor to the MC, to the committee. Thank you very much. Hope to see you all in the, other forum or conference or opportunities. Thank you. Thank you, Bu Fatmita and Bu Duta.
Thank you very much, Pak Alyas. Thank you, Prof. Mita and Bu Dr. Dwita. And also thank you for all the presenters for the fruitful discussion. Then without further ado, let's move to panel session 6. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's start the panel session 6. Panel session 6 will be moderated by Dr. Yani Rahmawati, STMT from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Now we would like to invite Dr. Yani to start moderating the discussion and invite all of the honorable discussants and distinguished presenter. Dr. Yani, the time and screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremony. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, we are in panel session 6. There are 4 presenters and 2 discussants. The presenters are Andi Surya Kurnia, Subair Butudoka, Alexander Rani Suryandono, and Anastasia Maurina. And the discussants are Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Johari Muhammad Yusuf, and also Professor Dr. Eugenius Pradipto. Before we start our session, I would like to kindly remind to all presenters that each of you has 7 minutes to present your paper. There will be notification in case you have 1 minute left. Without further ado, let's start this session with presentation from Universitas Parahyangan, Indonesia. Let us welcome Andi Surya Kurnia with presentation entitled Design in the Vortex of Industrial Revolution 4.0, Rejuvenation of Nusantara Architecture Based on Big Data, Tectonic Digerity of Bagi House. Mr. Andi Surya, are you ready to present your paper?
Thank you. For the opportunity to present our research. Good morning, all. I'm very appreciative for the committee to give the chance for our research in the projection of progress. So I will start from the first slide about the abstract. The abstract maybe some point that the team, the research team prepared to get the point or contribute the doctoral research. There is the Industrial Revolution 4.0, and then how the Indonesia has an architectural heritage that has great potential to be explored, and about the Nusantara architecture, and of course we combine about the situation for today, about the technology, and from the recent technology, we know about the digitality is more popular in the current. And how about the use of data? Here is the frame of work, Nusantara architecture, in the next slide. Before this close, I will continue about how about the framework our research. There are 3 big points. It is Nusantara architecture, case study methods, and design computation. And the Nusantara architecture consists of biophilic and tectonics. For the method, case study methods consists of in-depth study and Bagi house as a sample. So they will be processed with design computation that consists of 3D features and interactive features. This research is not the the new research, but it is continue with the research that before this time all done, but we have to blend it with the high technology about the big data. So elaborate of this research, we hope can contribute the novelty of rethinking consists of concept and methods. Next. This is the research flow, scope of problem. There are any problem that we filter and go to the research purpose. The research purpose is documenting the technique consists of the which can be used as the basic for the definition of Nusantara architecture. And then go to the data. It's about tectonic structure and construction. As the sample is by the house, we will process with the methods, the research method in the case study. The process research consists of identification, 3D image modeling, and data input that can be used as a digital platform. So the result is architectonic iterative. Next slide. The research method in the case study consists of preliminary sketch how Indonesia has architectural heritage that has a great potential to be explored. That will be continue our biggest question: how to reach the young generation or millennial generation to experience to interest the biggest potential of architecture in Indonesia, and then determine and define question how architecture plays a role in the development of industrial revolution 4.0, and what conservation effort can be made in the architectural treasury, and then collecting data, then determine data analysis technique with the qualitative data analysis technique. So we can determine research design and instrument by identification, tectonic Nusantara architecture, 3D modeling, and data input as designed and on a digital platform. Next slide. So far, our team analyzed the data from the sample with we can see the illustration on the right slide. This is
We have 1 minute left, Mr. Ali.
Thank you. This is the product of 3D modeling, and we will continue about the product. Next slide. This is the last slide. This is the potential contribution to our digital era. We imagine that the product may be like Wikipedia, but consists of tectonic architectural. This is the simulation graph. So they can also 330 rotation, 330 degree rotation. This will be continue in our research, and this is not the end. Thank you. This is our progress. I'm back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi, for the presentation. Moving forward, let us welcome Zubair Butudoka from Universitas Gadjah Mada with presentation entitled The Besi Domain, The Reflection of Females Mastery in Kaili Daas Traditional House, Central Sulawesi, Indonesia. Okay, Pak Zubair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. May I share my presentation? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I am Zubair Buturoka. This is part of my dissertation research. The title is Okay, the basic domain in the reflection of female mastery in Kailida'a traditional host in Central Sulawesi. This is a vernacular study with a gender perspective, and the aim of this study is to formulate the spatial presence females towards Sapo or traditional hosts. I used the phenomenological approach with the paradigm as a paradigm and method. The result showed that the mastery must manifest constant and continuous in the spatial setting in the Sapo. It also revealed the Kailida'a female's domain in spatial consciousness. This is my locus research, not far from Palu, about 6 kilometers. And this is my research get to, sorry. Okay.
Pak Zubair, can you please unmute your mic? We cannot hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Pak Zubair, we still cannot hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Now it's okay. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. This the urgency of my research. At least a 7 point: evidence, knowledge, practical knowledge, methodology, empirical and theoretical, and population. In this research, the theory as a background knowledge, theory about the traditional and personal architecture, the core, permanency and continuity, spatial consciousness, and the gender aspect. This is a phenomenological research approach. I use as a paradigm and method from the unit information to empirical terms and develop a concept in this presentation and up to the concept. This is a induction analysis in the research stage from observing the phenomena, theory and background knowledge to conduct a grand theory, take a mini tour on observation to collect information units until they saturate, and then find empirical terms based on the abstract units of information, and formulating a concept by dialogue on empirical terms. From the informant, I guide the aspect of feminism, like Bumbuntan Tonggona or main pole in Bantaya, identify as a woman's pole, exists in 1814, and as well as other finding. The result of the in the interview just posed with observation data and existing document, as well as data from other informants until they saturate same things done for every phenomenon that rise. Then conclude as a unit information. This is a hierarchy spatial orientation in SAPO, and vertical and horizontal. This is a three-part indicate the female's domain in the SAPO or house. This concentric structure, Rarana SAPO, or the core of the SAPO, Olona SAPO, space between, and the outside or Safalikuna. As well as in the micro scale in the room or tombi. This is the schema of Rarana Sapo, Olona, and the outside or Safarikuna. In every spatial scale, both on the micro and to macro scale, the three main component of space are repeat or inner core space, Rarana, and transitional space between Olona and outer space. The inner space can be identified as the basi, or female or mother. Then the part between the inner and the outer space on the transitional space is identified as a meeting point or shared space of basi, female, and
you have 1 minute left, Pak Subair. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. This is a table indicated the domain of female, and this is a process to conceptualization of the basic from the unit information, empirical terms, and develop the concept. The discussion is micro and macro scale SAPO community in Balane village. Conceptually, women control manifests as a spatial consciousness. This is a continuous and similar pattern and structure. There are triadic can be seen a trichotomous view, and from the dichotomous, apart from a dichotomous view, duality or binary opposition, the spatial aspects such as the theory of core and peripheral, and the theory of content contains. And the conclusion, the space in the SAPO is closely related to the aspect of femininity that show mastery. Spatially, the orientation and hierarchy of the existence of women in Kailida is essentially respect and protect, as well as having more dominant control. It manifests both physically and non-physically in SAPO and the daily life and rituals of the community. The female aspect that was revealed also emphasized that the spatial consciousness and mastery of basi or female must be appreciated as a valuable legacy that exists before the issue of gender was read cynically and tendency. Thank you. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Pak. Okay, thank you, Pak Zuhair, for the presentation. Moving forward, let us welcome Alexander Rani Suryandono from University of Kitakyushu, Japan, with presentation entitled The Effect of L-Shaped Mini Louvers for Building Facades on Indoor Environment and Costs in Hot and Humid Areas. Pak Alex, the floor is yours.
That's okay. Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Today, I would like to share my journey through the doctoral study in the University of Kitakyushu in Japan. The title is The Effect of L-Shaped Mini Louvers for Building Facades on Indoor Environment and Costs in Hot and Humid Areas. This research was done under the supervision of Professor Hiroatsu Fukuda. And my name is Alexander Suryandono, and that's my contact there. Okay, next. Okay, the background of my research, actually, the question about shadow in architecture, this is something that lingering in my mind since I was studying architecture in undergraduate. Because in Indonesia, I did my undergraduate in Indonesia. We always thought, the student always thought about the use of lighting in architecture. But when I went to the United States for my master degree, then they asked me why I should think about lighting in architecture, while in the East, especially the area in tropical area like in Indonesia, why we should study light. Because in the Western, the light usually needed because of the lack of light in the West. But in the East, too much light is proven harmful, especially also in architecture. So I think about how to study the use of darkness in architecture. So the battle between light and dark in architecture. So if you see the image on the right one, that's the study for facade design when I did my master, and it's really different. If you see in the picture in the middle, that's the house, traditional house in Japan, and the right far left, that's a building in Europe. You can see that the differences of the light and dark in the East and in the West. In the West, usually the light was blocked. In the East, the light was blocked or filtered because too many light will harmful. And in the West, usually they need light to provide function in architecture. So it comes with the research topic suggestion. When I talk with my supervisor, Fukuda Sensei, he told me that if I want to study about the use of shadow in architecture, it will take really long time. So he said that I probably not gonna use that as my topic for doctor, but I should think about something smaller, something more applicable, something more doable, especially within time for finishing my doctorate study. So please move to the next slide. So this is the research that I did in Japan. So when I went to Japan and I work with my lab, because my sensei usually take students before pandemic came. So we take a summer trip in several areas. This one is in Yamaguchi in Ehime. So I saw this traditional element in Japan called koshi. It's similar with filtering device, and it also can be found easily, especially in Kyoto, because when I dig deeper in the research, it is said that at first the koshi came from Kyoto. So this is something really interesting for me because they put the filtering device outside the window, but relatively close. The position is relatively close with the window itself. So I use this inspiration from Japanese koshi and put the context with more modern setting. And in the picture bottom left and in the left, the bottom and the top, that one I find aluminum L shape. It's a small one, a small aluminum L shape. So I use this L shape aluminum profile as mini louvers to change the traditional one, because the traditional one it use wood, but I use aluminum. And then I try to find information about the L-shaped aluminum profile. It is available widely in the world, not only in Japan, not only in Indonesia, but also in other places as well. So that's my research about. I try to use how to modify the Japanese koshi using modern setting L-shaped mini louvers. So that's my research. And go on to the next slide. So I did the simulation research, and I also execute an experimental using this L-shaped mini louvers that in the image. I test L-shaped mini louver for reducing the cooling energy in the building. So I use a simulation using grasshopper and rhinoceros in computer simulation, and then I execute the simulation in several areas in the world, in the tropical area, in subtropical, and also in the colder area. And it is proven that it can be used for reducing cooling energy. And because it's also filtering the light, so I simulate for the use of L-shaped mini louver to improve the daylight condition. And also it is proven that it can be used to improve the daylight condition, especially in the useful daylight illuminance. So the room inside can be used better than the one without any shading. And I also calculate the price of the L-shaped mini louver itself, whether it can be really applicable or not. And it is economically feasible because based on the simulation on 3 by 3 by 3 meters building, the use of L-shaped mini louvers can reduce the cooling energy more than 50%, and also can meet the simple payback period for less than 1 year, especially in the west area. So that's my research. If there's any question, thank you, Ms. Moderator.
Thank you, Pak Alex, for the presentation. Last but not least, let us welcome the last presenter in this session, Anastasia Maurina from Clemson University, United States of America, with presentation entitled Structural Morphology of Modular Deployable Bamboo Structure composed of planar scissor-like elements, achieving design flexibility and constructability. Miss Maurina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, can you see my screen?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much for today. I am Anastasia Maurina. I am from Clemson University, but I am working in Universitas Katolik Parayangan. So thank you for today. I want to present my dissertation research. The title is Structural Morphology of Modular Deployable Bamboo Structure composed of planar scissor-like elements in achieving design flexibility and constructability. Right now, I just finished my dissertation proposal defense and also did my pilot study. This is my committee member. My chair is Vincent Bluin from Material Science and Engineering, and also from School of Architecture. And I have another committee member from architecture and one committee member from civil engineering. Today presentation, I want to present about the introduction, literature review, research design, pilot study, and closing. So the first time I want to say about my motivation, why I did my research, why I do my research, and I want to work for the vulnerable community, especially for our country, because I want to help them to improve their buildings, and also especially for the post-disaster reconstruction. Just to remind that to talk about the constructability, it's much better, in my opinion, to use the local material, easily accessible tools, and also ingenious construction methods. The things that I want to explore is materials, is bamboo, because we know we have a lot of bamboo, not only in Indonesia, but all area in the tropical country. And bamboo is not new for the construction methodology, construction technology, because we use it a lot in our traditional buildings. And based on my experience and my study literature, I believe that prefabrication is a potential solution to help to increase to the quality of the building for low-income people. But the prefabrication that I talk here, it's not about the high tech and with the great machines and with the huge facility, but it's a light and grassroots, or we can call it homegrown prefabrication, which is locally focused on locally available resources. But the threats of the prefabrication, the result is most of them, not all, but most of them are uniform. So it's not adapt to the function, it's not adapt to the user needs and desire. This is one of my research before I go for my PhD. So I developed the modular approach and deployable structure. And my hypothesis this time is it can boost the flexibility. It means we can provide the variant of the end result with the uniform modules. So I developed one structural modules, bamboo structures. And the first time I built for one facility in a village near Bandung. And 2 years later, I built another building with a different configuration using the same structure and also the different span, but the same structure for the kindergarten. Based on this experience, I find some gaps here that I cannot find some enough knowledge for the bamboo structure design, especially for deployable, and also there is like a study of the flexibility and how easy to construct the deployable structure. So my preliminary research goal is to develop a design guideline, how to design the modular deployable bamboo structure that is achieve flexibility and constructability. If we learn about the deployable structure, it is the very basic, the scissor-like element. It's like a scissor and with the pin connection. And also there is some modification, translatable, and also 4-bar connection. This is the modified one. So I will compare them and see how they perform in the structure and how they perform in flexibility and constructability. If you talk about the flexibility, it means that they can provide the different types of buildings in different configuration, different dimension. And when I talk about the constructability, it means that easy to prefabricate, easy to transport, and easy to install with the lay people. So my research question actually, the main is number 2 and number 3, to develop design guidelines for regular and modified, but before I should develop a digital framework, and after that, I should explore the validity with the real case, with the real settings. So the main research question actually is what is the design parameters that have the greatest effect on the performance, and what are the trade-offs among the 3 performances. And based on those 2 questions, I will develop the guidelines for designing a planar MBB structures. This is the independent and dependent variable, the design parameters and the performance, how I measure the performance. And this is the theoretical framework that I use. And the research phase, there are developing the models, the physical models and the computational model, and then I will develop in the grasshopper and rhino, and then analysis all the data, and then validate with the prototyping and the user participatory experiment. This is my pilot study that I did. This year, I do the physical model and then computational modeling. Then I do the analyzing, analyze all the cases. I did the 193 cases, and to find which the variables that have the significant impact. And then I did the prototyping so I can validate some of the results. This is the prototyping, and I test to the users, to the skilled person and dry person, and also I test the regular one and the modified one to them. And this is what happened. They design.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. And this is the result from the construction. And also I asked them to build by themselves to create at least one module to test the constructibility. Right now, I don't have any result, but the expected finding is I have the digital framework to help design and analyze in the real time. And also I have a quantified assessment, and so I can develop the design knowledge. That's it, my research, and I want to acknowledge my funding from Fulbright, AUW, and also IPS, also Clemson and Paranapangan University. This is my reference, and thank you. Question or comment are very welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Anastasia, for the presentation. Moving forward to the last agenda for this session, which is the evaluation from the discussants. Allow me to invite the first discussants, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Johari Muhammad Yusof from University Putra, Malaysia. Dr. Johari, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Moderator, Dr. Yani Rahmawati. So first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the kind invitation to Universitas Gadjah Mada for your invitation for me as the discussant this morning. I would like to congratulate all the presenters, where I found out that the 4 presenters in this panel session number 6 presented a very interesting topic this morning. And I would like also to congratulate you all to reach at this stage of your research. Well, basically, I would like to start my feedbacks, rather my review and feedbacks, and rather my sharing of my little knowledge with everyone on what I found based on your presentation today. Well, I would like to share with everyone that a research should start with a problems. So any research should start with a problem. Hence, we need to solve that problems. That's why we do those research. And a particular PhD research, well, no need to be very ambitious. We don't need to like to solve the world problems. We should start from very small problems, and then we see how can we solve that problems with certain particular methods that we're going to use, and then later we come up with an output. What makes differ from a typical, a master's research with PhD research? Now, PhD research should have a novelty here or new knowledge. I think that is very important. Where I hardly find from the first 2 presenters, pardon me, but from Pak Andi and Pak Zubair, well, your topic is very interesting. Both of your topic really focus on the local context of Indonesia. One talking about the bagi house, and another one is another traditional house, which is called Kaili Da'a, if I pronounce it correctly. Well, this is an Indonesian context of a traditional house or a particular architectural house. Pak Andi trying to see how can IR 4.0, Industrial Revolution 4.0 of big data to perhaps conserve and preserve these beautiful and valuable heritage values of Indonesia. Another one would like to see on the females' power in these architectural features. Well, I would advise this first 2 presenters to start, well, in your presentation later on, in your Viva examination, or maybe in other conferences, perhaps you would like to share with the audience what is actually the problems with traditional architecture in relation to IR 4.0. What is actually the problem that you would like to solve here? Similarly to Pak Zubair, what is actually the issue here with the female's power of this traditional architecture of this house? So by highlighting the issue here, then it will lead you to the departure of your PhD journey, where you will fill the gap of your PhD journey. Okay. Unlike the third presenter here, Pak Alex, Mr. Alex, I love your presentation. I can see your motivation of why did you conduct your research here. I know that you are pure architects here. You started from your undergraduates. You keep looking at the facade and facade with shades. And I think this is missing in the first and second presenter. I think we can learn from one another here. Where Pak Alex, Mr. Alex, you started by highlighting. So what are the issues with the shades or the facade, and you try to compare. Well, the Western countries, they love the lighting to coming into their buildings. However, the Easterns, they tend to not allow the lighting coming in, which then depart your journey of your PhD. This is where you embark your PhD journey here. You also mentioned on, this is actually motivate your PhD. Then you explained, what the expected output of this of your PhD, Mr. Alex. However, the last image of your presentation is very powerful to me, where you show 4 different, features of probably the experiments that you will conduct there. And I can see probably the parameter that you will measure on this sheet, where, different width, probably different angles, where the light can penetrate throughout the facade. I think, Mr. Alex, I think your research is very interesting. I wish you all the best in your research. Now, let's go to the 4th presenter, Anastasia. Bamboo. You're talking about prefab of bamboo, the modular of this interesting resources. And I tried to digest here, Anastasia, what is so new about your research? Well, I probably, I'm not an expert in bamboo like Prof. Pradipto later on. I know Prof. Pradipto won many awards in bamboo design. But here I would like just to express to Anastasia that, so what is so different, what is so new on your research as compared to the existing bamboo structure that has been developed all over the world, especially within our region? We can see in Bangalore, India, we can see in Vietnam, we can see even in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. I guess Prof. Pradipto is an expert on bamboo. Everybody has using bamboo. So what is so, important, what is so new with what kind of research gap that you want to fill within your study here? Okay. Even China now embark in terms of using bamboo in their construction material. So here it is very important in your research or in other of your conferences later on. You might want to highlight here, Anastasia. That Prof. Pradipto using bamboo as a structure where to prevent any disaster. So that he might saying that, well, his research is using bamboo. When if there's an earthquake or any flooding or any kind of disaster, bamboo will be a great structure. So this is something new, that something that very novelty in terms of using bamboo. So what sort of gaps that you would like to fill here? So we are talking about a PhD research here, everybody. For example, Pak Andy, Mr. Andy, you're trying to relate, conservation and preservation of this traditional architecture with the use of big data, with the use of IR 4.0. Well, I have a student, current PhD students from China, who are doing a similar topic, but this lady of China students, trying to conserve a longman Buddhist grottos. The issue here is trying to protect these Buddhist grottos from, trying to protect, trying to preserve and conserve, because there are so many damages of these Buddhist grottos. So this is the motivation of this student research. And what we are trying to highlight in this research is on the methods that we use. We are not talking about big data. Everybody are using big data. Everybody are using the technologies. But what kind of technologies? What kind of methods? Maybe you use your in terms of my students' research, we are using this digital restoration, image digital restoration by using certain methods of technologies. So that particular specific methods should be highlighted in your research. Now, not talking very broad, kind of like using big data. I have another example, like one of my colleagues doing a research in Turkey, in Istanbul, where there's an earthquake in Istanbul. So many of the architecture features of in Istanbul were demolished during the earthquake, during these big disasters. Hence, he used 3D GIS to preserve and conserve. This is a kind of IR 4.0 sort of like technologies. But in your presentation, Pak Andi, it will be very interesting if you highlight what sort of technology, what sort of methods. Then these methods might be a new methods or something like a combination of several methods. And this is actually your PhD. This is actually your new findings here. Okay, so I guess this is just my feedbacks, my review to all the presenters. But again, I would like to highlight all of your topics are very interesting. Looking forward, perhaps in future, to see your results. And once you finish your PhD, we'd love to see your output of your research, of your PhD results. And I would like to end my review and feedbacks this morning by wishing Pak Andi, Pak Zubair, Pak Alex, and Miss Anastasia all the best and good luck in your PhD journey. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for the constructive and fruitful comments or feedbacks, Dr. Johari. Moving forward, allow me to invite the next discussion, Professor Dr. Eugenius Pradipto from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Prof. Pradipto, you may choose to use Bahasa Indonesia in delivering your comments or feedbacks. Thank you. The floor is yours. Excuse me, Prof. Please unmute your mic. We haven't heard you, Prof. Would you mind to
comment?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So then?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I try to discuss common one-to-one for the presenter. Yeah, this is so. This is Herr Andi Suryana. This is research is interesting, yeah, and very useful in trying to searchable to architecture data information, yeah, especially storing it in easy to access 3D. This is main common. This is the one. This data in 3D is limited to graphic information, yeah. Where the value of local wisdom can be scattered, yeah. How to deal with it so that it remain interesting for IT user to understand. Okay, number two, this development of time will change view and activity as well as needs. With good and complete data on the archipelago sector. With the three data, that can be able to mention to assistant of archipelago sector. Okay. It is necessary to consider and think about the result of the analysis and basic study of the existing archipelago architecture. It is necessary and important here to be include and juxtaposed as an alternative form of development. At least the basic value of the architect are still presented. Yeah, okay. This is discussed by Pak Jubair Butudoka. Yeah. This is nice presentation, complete and good. Yeah. We had a few questions on the few comment. Yeah. For me, the architecture is unreal. It can be seen in the file as a space, a single element, a limiting plan, etc. If it is said that it in a single element, a woman, then it can be interpreted that activities in the house of controlled by women, men are not allowed to enter. In other area, such as Sumba or Malacca or Belu, in its entity, yeah, we expect a door downstairs to enter the house for men and for women. And there is any physical boundary that separates the two in the row. Minor question. Are there any physical barriers like spots or different floor heights, etc., to avoid violating the two? In cosmological belief, yeah, the middle words dominance in the word above and the word below. In this area, woman performs ritual or offering for the benefit of the words above. There has not been much discussed about the relationship between vertical space or cosmology. Like, how is the relationship between the mind pillar in the middle world and the upper being in the upper room? There is only one mind pillar in its house, but in the middle room, there is many pillars. Which pillar was chosen and why was it designed as the mind pillar? The next question, can the mind pillar of the house be different? The place of offering is above, yeah, the mind pillar. Now the question. Do women perform the ritual of going up, down in the upper room without the help of The summary has been found and this is local wisdom. The question is the contribution of novelty in this preservation. And what are the suggestions for the future? Yeah, this is for part 2 pages. Yeah. And so, Pak Alex, yeah. This problem is increasing cooling energy requirement, yeah, especially in big city. Yeah. The research is interesting because it's used a set method such as under the shading of tree. Simple technology will provide great value to the general public. My question is, what are the disadvantages of shading with the wood plants? Krapia. This under Blender, yeah. It's called Blender. Krapia Windows model compared the really safe minilaw model. To the placement of the safe minilaw on the east and west side with a horizontal position is more advantageous than the safe position when installed standing or upright. It does not depend on the time and sunlight. So that is for Alexander. Oh, this research is very interesting in Serbia. In addition to developing out of modular construction design, it is also based on the thinking and implementation in the field. The presentation is very deep with direction of thinking about the limitation and people ability to construct. This is a selection of bamboo as a material for modular construction because of the nature, character, and bamboo. It is light, yeah, but strong and flexible. Bamboo material is easy to obtain. Indeed, there is one thing to note. Bamboo's plant material is very vulnerable to humid weather life in Indonesia. My comment, it will be better if this modular structure is prepared and can be used for material and nutrient bamboos, such as milk, steel, or aluminum, etc. 2, the development of the surround or parametric computer will not be constrained because the bamboo plant material has different properties and characteristics between the base and the top. There is a limitation in length. Number 3, the basic model of scissor with bolt and pen at the bolt, yeah, as fastener can be flexible. It's okay, yeah. The development of scissor, yeah, SLA model to 4 element, yeah, and 2 SLA is the stable of the circulation model is longer than the scissor model. Number 4, the equation, wager, and modeling structure without reinforcement in the leg, but only climbed, yeah, to the foot of the foundation or spirit slope. He said, being less vertical, it is also difficult to work on the hair. Okay, thank you. Belinda.
Thank you
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Pradipta, for the constructive and the fruitful feedbacks. I think we have covered all of the agendas. I believe it is quite important to all of us to know such important and interesting aspects to be considered in the design of architecture as topics presented and discussed in this session. So let us close this panel session 6 with warm applause to all presenters and discussants. Thank you very much. I return the floor back to you, Madam Master of Ceremony. See you.
See you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yani. Thank you very much, Dr. Johari and Prof. Pradipto. And also thank you for the presenters for the fruitful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's start the panel session 7. Panel session 7 will be moderated by Ibu Isti Hidayati, ST MSc PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Now we would like to invite Ibu Isti to start moderating the discussion and invite all of the honorable discussants and distinguished presenters. Ibu Isti, the time and floor is yours.
Okay. This is okay? The sounds? Yeah. Okay, so good morning still. It's not 12 or it's not lunchtime, so it's still good morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel session 7. And for this panel session, we will have 2 presenters. The first presenters is Mrs. Kurnia Widyastuti from Universitas Gadjah Mada. She will be presenting her research titled Design Paradigm of Experimental Pragmatism Architect. And the second presenter is Augustinus Madiana Putra from Universitas Diponegoro with the research title The Role of Sketch in Supporting the Architectural Design Process. And in this session, we will have 2 distinguished discussants. The first discussion is Professor Yandi Andriyatmo from Universitas Indonesia. And the second discussion is Dr. Insinyur Arif Kusumawanto from Universitas Gadjah Mada. So without further ado, I will give the floor for Mrs. Kurnia Widyastuti. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Isti. Permission to share screen. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Prof. Yandi, Prof. Arif. It's an honor for meeting you here. I would like to present my proposal research for dissertation titled Design Paradigm of Experimental Pragmatism Architect. So this term of experimental pragmatism is not new, but there is a very limited literature in this paradigm, in this term. But the first this term is first coined in architecture by Pietro Valle. He wrote about Meccano architect, Netherlands architect, in its monograph. So the main issues that I respond for the background of my research is mainly the challenge of unknown future. So the pandemic COVID pushed us into limits and challenge into adapting all the standard of architecture and provide a new paradigm for facing our new world after the COVID. And I will also want to bridge between research and design gap that it might be will be answered by this. I'm sure this is answered by the experimental pragmatism notion. And I also curious about MPRDV, which has relation with this experimental pragmatism architect. So it's mostly about my curiosity, but later on I will explain a little more about the experimental pragmatism. So my research problem is the first is how are value, process, output, philosophy, concept, message, and principles and methods of experimental pragmatism theory manifest in the works and thought of MPRDV architect. And the second is how experimental pragmatism strategy is devised by MVRDV and its relevance for architecture and architecture education in facing the unknown future. The main purpose of this research is formulating experimental pragmatism design paradigm of MVRDV architect. And in detail, it can be stated that formulating the philosophy, concept, message, principle, and method in the design and conceptual works of MVRDV. There are several benefits that is expected from the research. The first one is alternative paradigm in facing the unknown future, filling the scientific gap of experimental pragmatism notion in architecture, enriching theoretical studies of MVRDV architect, bridging design and research gap as a holistic process in architecture, and also method for understanding architect and their works. In short, my method is a qualitative content analysis. So this is a phenomenology study, and it is in the inductive approach. And this research is using secondary data. So about the case, why I choose MVRDV, like I mentioned before, that the first architect who is coined as some example of experimental pragmatism is Meccano. And Meccano and MVRDV has one of his founder works at Meccano before they built their own office. So this woman here, that is Nathalie de Vries. And this Nathalie de Vries, from the reading, I learned that she handled the design and management of MVRDV office. So she's the brain behind the MVRDV. And it looks like MVRDV is more like more like to Meccano than OMA. However, there are many readings about MVRDV, so it also called radical pragmatism, utopian realism. So in this study, I would like to add one more, like experimental pragmatism as the typology of this architect. And also if I add some one more architect, Berke Engels, these three architects here has similarity. That is, they are optimists. They create playful design. They are anti-styles, and they have a certain interest in social matter, like a public housing. Oh, sorry. And the study case, I choose several conceptual works of MVRDV, such as Metacity, Costa Iberica, Skycar City, and some built works like Expo 2000, Glassform, and Martel. However, this case is not, so it is probably, it will be simplified, so it is maybe too much, too many, and we will know that in the process of gathering the data. So since this is a phenomenological study, so the theory is not prominent, but for helping assisting in the reading of the architect, I have read several literature of pragmatism, like a radical pragmatism, new pragmatism, and also for enriching the vision is also I read some literature about science fiction and also future studies. And this is a little bit about pragmatism, experimental pragmatism. From textual studies, I learned that experimental pragmatism has three aspects: value, process, and result. And
one more minute.
Okay, thank you very much. The most interesting that experimental experimental is used as tool for decision making. So I hope that this notion in experimental pragmatism will help the architecture education in design method, helping the student how to manage decision in their design. there are several types in tools for decision making. So I see that this is also tools for considering two conflicting problem, tools for judgment, and also tools for understanding the truth. For preliminary finding from the interview document, I see that this is relevant since there are many notes or codes that show that MPRDV is very concerned in mediating contradiction in their design. Thank you very much. That is my presentation. I welcome very much for any question and critics or suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Kurnia, for interesting research. And then let's move on to the second presenter, Augustinus Madiana Putra, with the research title, The Role of Sketch in Supporting the Architectural Design Process. Please, yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like to share screen first. Is it be clear from the audience?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay. Ya, terima kasih atas waktu yang diberikan. Jadi, may I introduce myself? I am Augustus Madiana Putra from Doctoral Architecture program in Universitas Diponegoro. Today, I would like to present about my current research. My research title is The Role of Sketch in Supporting the Architectural Design Process, Case Study in Yogyakarta. First of all, I want to convey that my research field in architectural design method and practice and started by many science fields such as psychological science, cultural science, art and historical science, and etc. And the axiology of this research is to enhance the pedagogical field in architectural school. For my background of my research based on grand tour that conduct in several famed architects and consultants in some cities such as Bali, Yogyakarta, Jakarta, and Bandung. And then I try to do some literature review about the architectural design process. From that grand tour and literature review, I found that sketch is a very important thing, in particularly in the architectural design process. Sketch here not only to produce the nice drawing or beautiful painting. Raw sketch, which is an unfinished, ambiguous, and vague process, is the essence of creating a very complex design to initiate the project. In the other word, sketch is the DNA of the design, and it can enhance the creativity. But along with the rapid development of digital technology, the process of designing architectural buildings is becoming more and more optimum from various sides. However, these technological advances have made young architects less likely to use manual sketches in their daily life from they are still in architectural school. This is according to my grand tour and some research, some literature review in some journal. And this gap is a very important thing to do research for me related to sketches and design process. In my research, I will try to dig information, analyzing them, of course, about the design process that conducted by some architects in many generations, from senior architects to young architects, to know about that gap, of course. To know about the role of sketch activity related to the design process, and I focused my research in design process that conduct in historical site in Yogyakarta, or in Indonesian we call KCP. Yeah. My research question are: how is the involvement of the sketch at the stages of the architectural design process? Why sketches are important in in supporting the architectural design process in heritage region of Jakarta? What factors are encourage the use of manual sketches in architectural design? What are the patterns and characteristics of manual sketches in the architectural design process? And I'm sorry. Can you still see my screen? And the goal of my research is enriching theory on the meaning of the sketch in the architectural design process in Yogyakarta. What is sketch right now? The theory about sketch. Sketch is very important things that involve not only the visual sense, but also all of the sense in a person. This is a tacit knowledge, the special things that being understood only for the people who make such a sketch. From this figure, we know that the sketch is the activity to simplify the whole scenery or the complex scenery, filtering them and then represent the important thing depend on every person's perspective. And then that composition, that unique composition is very subjective things. Everybody have their own perspective and style. Yeah. Ching said that sketch have 3 stages, namely seeing, imagining, representing, and all of the stages make the circle. It can help people to enhance their visual memory. This is very important because design is just recalling the visual memory. And actually, sketch is not only have the 3 axes, X, Y, Z, but also the new axes, namely time and culture. From the literature review for many journals and books, I can make 3 groups of literature, namely sketch as recording, and then sketch as a thinking apparatus, and sketch as communication tools. That theories do not limit my deep interview, but help me to develop another information about the research case. Yeah, in this research, I use qualitative research and with the case study with holistic multi-case design research that contain how and why question in my research. Then I can derive literature review according to the research question, become the proposition, and from that proposition, I can make the research protocol. This is the research protocol from A to Z. And then
I'm sorry, 1 more minute.
Okay. Can you okay? Nah. This is the last slide. And for the subject of research, I conduct a deep interview with many architects and also his team. I try to analyze and discuss their design method. I try to analyze and discuss their sketches. And all of the data I will get and analysis to get some new knowledge. And the criteria of architects that become my informant are architects who study in architectural school in Yogyakarta. This criteria is make sure that architect understand Yogyakarta city from the earlier stage. Architect that ever worked to design and building in heritage sites in Jogja. Architect who have license. Then he ever achieved the award and become a laureate of the award. And right now the research is still going on, and I hope the result of the research will reveal the role of the sketches of the design process in Yogyakarta. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pa Augustinus, for the wonderful and also insightful research. I think both presenters already presented like a very interesting study proposal, and I would love to see how the result will turn out. Okay, let's move on to the discussion part. The first discussion will be Professor Yandi Andriyatmo. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Right. Really appreciate for both presenter choosing the research on the design topic for the doctoral degree. And I understand that is most of us thinking like we usually separate between research and design, but what I'm looking at, both of you trying to incorporate this research into what is design and how we develop design as a new knowledge. And that's the thing that I also believe that design is a form of knowledge, and it is very possible that it become a research topic in the future. And I think what happened in Indonesia, design now is like become very important, and it's like a new ocean for us in many ways. I will give a brief comment first for the both presenters. I must admit that this presentation is a bit too short for me to understand what's going on. So my comment, to be honest, is not really fair for you that you work very hard, and I just give comment on based on very short presentation. But to be honest, I feel a bit struggle to understand your position on the knowledge. And then if my comment is a little bit far away, I apologize for that. The general comment that I try to, and usually what happened to me when I give the general comment to the research in design for the doctoral degree, I will looking at the why question. Is like what's the urgency of your research? Why do you do this research? And that's that thing. I think we need to understand the position of our research and the urgency, why it is really necessary to do it now, or it can be postponed into some point. And I'm also looking at the whatness, things that we need to looking back the theory. So really the debates on what are you talking about is very important. Either it is design thinking, or that's the notion of representation, or something else. And if I can see the debates and I understand what is your position, and then how I can give the exact comment on your position. Otherwise, I'm looking at my position, which is I believe that's not right. And the other things that is the question raised from the debates, and it's related to how you do it to answer the question. And the most difficult question that you need to answer when you have to defend, it's the so what question. So that's more general comment for from me for both of the presenter. Now I'm looking at the one by one case from the things that present to us today from Ibu Kurnia. Again, this is a very brief. I cannot give you very exact and very detailed because based on the data that you get to me. There's a lot of concern in my mind. Of course, this is a good thing actually. When there's a question in my mind, then I need to know more, and I need to know exactly what are you talking about and how you do it. And like the position of experimental paradigm and strategy is like new term that I think I need to understand more about that. What is experimental, and what is the exactly the paradigm strategy that you offer, and within the discourse of architectural design thinking, if I can see the debates on this course and on this experimental paradigm, whether you agree or whether whether I don't agree with that, or whether it is, other side or anything like that, will be good, and what is related to us in our position, in our culture, in our design term, or in our everyday, and something like that. And looking back to what you offer about the taking MVRDV as a case, it's to be honest, I feel like it's a big jump. Again, because I know it's very short presentation. It's why it should be MVRDV or should be another case can be also can be explained, or it is have to be MVRDV, or how you sort that things, why MVRDV become so crucial that we need to see and to elaborate in a way. And for me, doctoral research needs to aim at the development of the new knowledge. So how you push the knowledge of things that you think is important, how you defend that knowledge, and what's lesson learned from the MVRDV in such a way that it is based on the debate rather than based on the general things, and it had to be focused. And the thing that I really like to see, I don't know what's your stage for Ibu Kurnia, but it's how about the detailed inquiry of everything? How do you do the inquiry in very detail? Because it's MVRDV. It's about the assessing data from the way they do it. Where does it come from? How is it? How do you get it, and how it become responsible for the things that it as the part of the method that you do it. And last thing is, of course, learning something that is not very common to do it is very challenging in a way. That's why I think I really need to appreciate Ibu Kurnia to do that. But again, PhD is not just PhD. Doctor is not doctoral. It have to be have to be responsible in the way how do you do the research. And I think that what are the key knowledge on design thinking obtained from your research related to studying MVRDP as a design approach. I think if it is that clear, and everybody will be happy, and we can see some knowledge from it. So I really need to see. I really need to look forward for what's next really, because I think 15 minutes is not enough for me to see what's going on. But there is something interesting there, clearly. And next is, can I carry on with Pak Agustinus? And so for Pak Agustinus, it's it's really interesting to see, because you looking at the sketches, so the debates of what is the position of sketches, right? And it's like for me, it's like there's a contradiction notion between, because it's like when we talk about design meaning drawing, right? To draw. So sketches as supporting of design, meaning sketching as supporting of to draw or drawing. It's like, when we connect it, it's like, I really need to see more explanation on the debate of this conciliation of knowledge. I know that you are challenging on for yourself to position the research within the discourse of the architectural representation. So then looking at I think it's really good if we see this as what's the position of architectural representation in this design discourse in a way, which is I believe there's a lot of notion on that at this moment. So, and also I'm curious using the term of supporting, and your title is the role of sketch in supporting architectural design process. It's because my thinking is again design discourse this day is not separating design process and representation. It's like it's like holistic, like intertwined between those two. So perhaps my understanding about the representation has more critical role, not just supporting in terms of sketching. So I will put sketching, not supporting. I'll put sketching in part of the design itself if I were you. But but if there is again, if this is not about right and wrong in design in doctoral degree. I think it's about the why do you put your position on that conciliation and how you defend and what's the debate and how you end up by that position, and by looking at by putting yourself in that position. And the last one that I think is again what I see while Ibu Kurnia I believe doing research into design, right, learning from somebody else's design and have a lesson learned from that, while Pak Agustinus trying to do like action sketching. Is like autobiography, by doing something by yourself and you learn from that and having a reflection from that, and and then having things that which you think is important or not important, and then you separate those things into new kind of knowledge. So I think it is important for me. I mean, because I try to understand your work, to know how the process of sorting the knowledge from teaching process done by the researchers, how you do and sorry, it's a strong wind. How you do it and what's the explanation behind it, what's the debates, and then easy for then what's the debate related to it, and easy for us to understand, then to understand that you choose only those things really matter on your research in terms of the representation and so on. Is it's as we understand that PhD is not a Nobel Prize. It's not really aiming for the Nobel Prize. PhD is it's only small things. It's only learning to get a license as, for your research. So I have to be responsible, and how you come up with that, and everything have to be precise and responsible in way. Again, I appreciate for both of you for trying very hard in this kind of conciliation, in this kind of ocean, which is, I understand that this is not very common in Indonesia this day. Learning design. Usually we think that we know about design, but most of us actually we not really know about design. And you try to do that, and that means that you are doing the research, looking back again what you already know and feeling that you don't know anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Yandi Andriyatmo, for your on-point feedbacks. I think that will be really helpful for the two presenters to improve their study. So we will have another interesting discussion from Dr. Arif Kusumawanto. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Isti Dayati, for the time. I will continue the discussion from Prof. Yandi. Prof. Yandi has already given us a broader discussion on scientific point of view, how the dissertation to be built, how the background, the problem, and also the analysis. I will give another point of view of this research. I think this two of research is very interesting, especially it will be very useful for architect, for practicing. Actually, I am a committee also in EAI DEA, so I Sometimes I discuss about this design tools or design methodology. Bu Kurnia, the research about experimental pragmatism. This is the some concept on design methodology, and Pa Agustinus more a tool. They discuss more about sketch. Yeah. First of all of these two presenters talk about the theory of architecture and history of it. Yeah. For example, the experimental pragmatism. This is a theory architecture that comes from a historical point of view. Yeah. As we know that the three of architects, Mr. Mes, Van Ries, and Nathalie de Vries, and then they built a frame that MVRDV, they study in Delft, and Bunia also talk about on the book that produced as Meccano in 1984, and MVRND built in 1993. Yeah, when the three of architects studies in Delft, they won the European 2 competition and then built the firm. It's very interesting. In the presentation of Bunia, still very start. Yeah. As we know, from the MRTV, the variety of design choice shows that MVRDV is not to develop specific style of architecture, but to develop different method. Yeah. So Bunia, I suggest how to be that MVRNDV is we can judge that they are experimental pragmatists. Is it only on one or two projects or all of the vision of the end? It's very interesting, I think, and very useful for us architects. And secondly, for Mr. Agustinus, I think it's very interesting. We talk about also this method in Gajah Mada University. Every workshop is very is always interesting to discuss because we are in the changes of era. Yeah, as we know, the architecture also use some tools, some tools. Yeah, for example, in the very old era, there were a trial and error. Yeah, because there were no sketchbook, no AutoCAD, no computer. So the architect stay in one place and build a building. If they're false, and then maybe this demolish and build again. This is trial and error. And then come a pencil and then a sketch. And now there is a IT, yeah, information technology. All of design and next future will use this technology. Yeah. What is the importance of this research from Agustinus? Agustinus maybe will find that sketch still very important for this era. Yeah. For example, now sometimes I'm very sad. Yeah, knowing some student was forced to produce sketch drawing. Yeah, because they already use a computer, and then they editing the design from a computer to be sketch drawing. I mean that sketch is tool for drawing methodology or design on the last era. Now the era is technology information. So how the Agustinus will prove that sketch is still very, very important for this methodology because the tools is different. So I hope the analysis of this research should express the development of technology in chain of time. Yeah. Actually, I am an architect that still use the old methodology. Yeah, I was study in architecture, and I still use sketch. Yeah, and now I use tablet like this for sketching. I'm sorry. Oh no, yeah, yeah. This is tablet, but I'm still sketching. Actually, sketching using a paper. This tablet is a new technology, but I still use because my study in Gajah Mada in 1980 still using this methodology, and I still used to design with sketch. But the student now, the student for the future, I think will be different because they have a SketchUp, Maya, Rhinoceros, and it is very, very useful for the next design. Yeah. So this is my opinion for these two presenter, but I think it's very, very interesting. Thank you very much, Bu Isti. This is all for my opinion.
Thank you so much, Pak Arif Kusumawanto, for sharing your thoughts, your point of view, and also your recommendations. I think that will be really useful for our two presenters, and maybe also for other participants who also like interested in this research. Before I close this session, I would also like to say thank you for our two presenters for sharing your proposals. I think like sharing your proposal, it also means like you're becoming vulnerable to critics, but it's also as a way to get like improve and for the betterment. So me as a moderator here, I learned a lot with following your presentation and discussion. And I also hope that other participants can also learn a lot from this session. Then the last but not least, I wish the best for our presenters and also for our discussions and also for other participants, and stay safe. Thank you so much. I will give it back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Ibu Isti, discussants and the presenters for the fruitful discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's start the panel session 8. The panel session 8 will be moderated by Dr. Engineering Nadia Mukti Imam Shafi'i, STMSC, from Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gajah Mada. Now we would like to invite Pak Nadia Mukti to start moderating the discussion and invite all of the discussants and presenters. Pak Nadia Mukti, the time and screen is yours.
Okay. How is my voice?
We can hear you very well.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. So this is session number 8. It's almost a break time for lunch. I'm going to do it very quickly. So we're gonna have 2 presenters, which is Bu Sylvia Mona Aryani from UGM with the proposal title, The Effect of Lighting in the Workplace Towards Subject Perception, an assessment on the observed variables. And the second presenter, we're gonna have Bu Veni Elsiana from ITS with the title, the proposal title of Empirical Validation of ISVE for evaluating the daylight performance of horizontal light pipe and shading system. And with us, we're gonna also have 2 distinguished discussion. One is Insinyur Gusti Ngurah Antaryama, PhD from ITS. And the second one is going to be Dr. Engineering Agus Haryadi, STMSc from UGM. So without further ado, Bu Sylvia Mona Aryani ready?
Yes.
Okay, time is yours. We're going to have like a 7-minute presentation.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Dr. Nedio Mukti, Dr. Ngurah, and Dr. Agus. I'm Sylvia Mona Aryani, and in this session, I'm presenting the effect of lighting in the workplace towards subject perception, an assessment of the observed variables. So this is a part of my very early stage of dissertation research. So I hope you not confused because it looks like I'm presenting to research. Next. Okay. My dissertation title is the model of artificial lighting for mood conditioning in the workplace. It was based on a theoretical gap that current artificial lighting in the workplace seem only accommodate activity requirement for with a physical comfort consideration to support productivity, whereas in some research has been stated that physiological condition proven affect the work performance that is lead also in productivity. So my research question, the big one, is how is the model of artificial lighting in the workplace for mood conditioning? Okay, and then sorry. So the research that I will conduct is adopting the Flynn research. Is an old but gold research about the effect of lighting in subject perception. Flynn's compared 6 lighting settings that represent bright and dim lighting, overhead and peripheral lighting placement, and uniform and non-uniformity lighting appearance. Flynn collected data, subjective data in a semantic differential and multidimensional scaling. What I've done differently with Flynn is that I replaced the uniform and non-uniformity variables with CCT, correlated color temperature. So actually there are many research about the effect of lighting in perception. From those research, we can see that there are debatable variables. First is like subject gender, because some research prefer have a female subject because it's easier to meet requirement like no smoking, no drinking. And then in the others, research say that it's better to have a male subject to avoid menstrual cycles because it influences the perception. And then the second one is about the subject occupation. Many recent research use student, whereas there's a research that said student opinion that doesn't have like experience in workplace environment is inappropriate. And the third one is the time variable, because different time and duration will lead to different results as well. Okay, next. Okay, so this is what I say an early stage, because I cannot still cannot do the field observation. I do the questionnaire by online. I adopt what Flynn did. By comparing 7 lighting setting represent dim and bright, warm and cool, and overhead and peripheral placement of lighting. It's the questionnaire based on image from Deluxe simulation result. From the data I analyze, is there any influence of the subject, gender, occupation, time, and so on that I mentioned before? It's based on the result of the analysis based on the result of relaxed and tense state, alert fatigue state, and the similarity perception. Okay, so this is a little bit complicated, but then all you can see is this slide is showing the summary of many analysis of SPSS that I have done to come up with what's the variables that need to be considered. The left part is the initial result. It can be, maybe you cannot read it, but the one that I box with red one is time. It means that time do have influence in having result. So I do another analysis, what kind of time that's proper for doing analysis. I cannot put it because it's limited the slide. So I can say that the time is morning or afternoon, morning and afternoon, or afternoon, evening and night. So I choose the morning and afternoon. I do the analysis again for three analysis and come up with everything's okay except for MDS. In the right part, said that for the occupation it still have influence. So then I can run again with that student and it's have a good result. So it can be concluded that the research about effect of lighting in the workplace can be done with both male and female subject, better using worker, and can be done in morning and afternoon time. Okay, that conclusion is the end of my presentation. Any suggestion and advice will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Mona. To save our valuable time, I will let you our second presenter, Bu Elsiana. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. May I share my screen? Is it already clear?
Yes.
Okay. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fanny Elsiana, doctoral student from Institute Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya. This is actually the first step of my dissertation, which is called empirical validation of IASVE for evaluating the direct performance of horizontal light pipe and setting system in the tropics. This one is the background here, where there are many simulation tools which are rapidly developed during the last few decades, and it's reliable ways for simulating the complex lighting environment. And then empirical validation of daylight simulation tools is very important in determining its reliability, especially in simulating light transport and also shading system in the tropics. And then what is ISVE? Is Integrated Environmental Solution Virtual Environment, which is a simulation program for building performance analysis, and also dynamic energy simulation that employ ray tracing calculation. And its combined method here. that operator can control the precision of the model within all steps of model production, manipulation, and also simulation. And these are several empirical validation studies before of ISVE. It's comparing simulation results against on-set measurement and also physical scale model 1 to 10. And what is the differences with this preliminary study? This is the validation involves horizontal light pipe, a side window with light self and blinds, and also 2 different orientation. And then the research aim here is validate the simulation results of ISVE, Radian IAS, with the measurement results of physical skate model for evaluating the daylight performance of light pipe and also shading system under overcast and intermediate sky condition. This one is review about ISVE. This is the summary of 50 simulation tools with different light transport algorithm. And then most of simulation tools are Radian based, that Radian has undergone extensive validation and unbiased. And then this one is Radian parameter that is used in this research. And then what's about the method here? There are, the first step is determining sky condition of Surabaya based on cloud cover data analysis and also sensor duration. And then the validation is done or conducted by comparing the simulation results with measurement, including daylight factor, daylight ratio on physical sky model 1 to 10 under tropical sky condition. This is the model here. There are 2 physical sky model which was built, represent an office room with room dimension of 10 meter in depth and 6 meter in width. And then the second one is office room with room dimension of 8 meter in depth and 7.5 meter in width. The height of office room in 2.7 meters. And there are 3 measurement points here inside each room and use Hubble U12 to record luminance level inside the room. The next is, this is the matter properties and measurement time here, February to April 2021. This one is the result from the first step, the sky condition of Surabaya based on cloud cover data analysis that involved based on 24 hours observation and expressed in octas, where 8 of the sky covered by clouds. And then both of year 2019 and 2020, the frequency of occurrence intermediate is very high. Reached 80.67% and then 80.8% here, and then mostly intermediate, in line with previous research about sky condition in the tropics. And then second one is sky condition Surabaya based on sunshine duration in data is 5 years of PMKG Perak to Surabaya. And then sunshine duration of 5 years are analyzed to classify the 3 sky conditions, both in clear, intermediate, or overcast in Surabaya, and use the equation, which is relative sunshine duration by Rahim M. Mulyadi, ratio of sunshine duration to possible sunshine duration within the same period. And then frequencies of occurrence of clear sky, intermediate, and overcast are estimated from monthly mean value of the relative sunshine duration. And this is the result, the calculation result here. Probability of occurrence of intermediate sky condition is the highest, reached 72.1%. And these results are in line with previous research about sky condition in the tropics. And then this one is the result of validation by comparing ISVE simulation result and measurement result here. And in general, both in 2 sky condition, intermediate and also overcast, the daylight ratio or daylight factor measurement result are in line with simulation result and have the same trend here. And then this is the correlation analysis, ISVE simulation and physical model, that the Pearson correlation showed that the correlation is very high and then significant and also positive, both in analysis with root mean square error, normalized root mean square error. And then ISVE is reliable software to evaluate the daylight performance of light pipe, light self, and blind in the tropic using daylight ratio. And the study is according with previous research about HLP, dynamic internal light self, and also anodolic daylighting system. Okay, this one. And then this is the conclusion of this research. that the sky condition of Surabaya based on cloud cover data analysis is intermediate, reach 80%, and then probability of occurrence of clear, intermediate, and overcast based on sunset duration. The highest is intermediate. In general, DF and DF, the ratio factor is the same or in line with simulation, and then proof that ISVE is a reliable software to evaluate the daylight performance of light pipe that's self-blind in the tropic using daylight factor and also daylight ratio. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we just heard two similar research about the light environment. So the next part, we would like to invite Engineer Gusti Ngurahantar Yamal, and I think we're going to invite Engineer Ngurah first for comments or any input for the research.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Nidya. Good afternoon, everyone. I should thank the organizer for inviting me in this encouraging session. And I hope that the students do not think that this is a judgment day for them, because I can feel that their heart is beating now. Then you should think that this is a part of normal discussion session, and is also everybody will experience such situation now. Okay, now I'm not going to questioning whether your research has contribution or not to the field, because I think you have to be fully aware about these goals. If you are doing doctorate research, then you have to make certain contribution to the field. Yes, I have a general comment here. The first is this is always when we are doing a presentation. I think both students try best to deliver their ideas and the progress of their work, but still, I think all the two presenters should arrange their presentation in such a way that everybody can easily absorb, take the ideas and what is the main objective, and then what you are trying to do, and then what is the main point of the conclusion. I think all of these things should be arranged in a proper way. So once again, it makes your presentation valuable. Both Sylvia and Penny probably need some improvement in delivering their presentation in this case. And I've got some comments on Sylvia's work in this case. I'm fully aware that many research have been conducted in this field, and I certainly understand that Sylvia also understands this, because the relation between lightings or lights and health has already been analyzed and investigated by many researchers. The current systematic review that I have already found here, which is dated on 2017, find out that obviously there is a relation between lighting to health. Both we are talking about the mental health, and also we are talking also in terms of any psychological effect given by the lighting system. And also from this review, we can see that the relation also established between these two variables, between lighting and then the visual comfort. What is interesting from this review, this is a magic review, is that the question is not, we are not talking about whether there is a relation between these two variables, but we are now, should think about the change in the way we work in the office. So because as we understand, now we move from the paper-based, task in the office to a computer-based task. So there must be some a relation between the way we arrange the lighting. So commonly the light is arranged or designed in relation to the paper-based task. So that's why when we are trying to get any relation between lighting and then, health, for example, here. So actually, there's not quite significant relation in that sense. I think you should try to criticize about the current research regarding this, so you can make more, a new contribution to the field. So the other thing is, my comment is goes to the how you define your variables. Yes, because I feel that some variables are not clearly defined in this case. Once again, I'm not sure when you do your research by delivering, questionnaire through online medium. Do you think that there is no any discrepancy, appear from this sort of method use? Because I'm sure that the people cannot easily experience the lighting environment. So I don't think they also, have a quite strong relationship between the environment and the way they do their work. So the next question is, where is actually the setting? Because once again, if you do not clearly define the setting, so it will affect the result. Because if they do, they answering your question, your online questionnaire in their house, I think it will affect much of the result. So once again, this is a very important point in terms of how actually the variables are defined in your results. So the other thing is also I'm questioning about the gadget they use, because there are many different specifications in terms of the gadget they use. Do you think that they will affect also how they respond to the lighting system that you offer in your study or not? Yes, once again we should think about it. And the last thing, I strongly recommend that you trying to to see whether the change between the way we work in office from the paper-based to the computer-based really affect the lighting design. So this is very important because it must be very different. Usually the light will be directed toward the horizontal plane, working plane, and then now it should move to the vertical one. Yes, aside from all those comments, I think you should still get the spirit in completing your work, and you should very happy about your achievement. And then I should go to Penny. Penny is my student actually. Yeah. Yeah, I think I should recommend Penny to see whether the method that you use is correct or not in this case. Because the thing that you should do is you try to refer whether the validation method is in accordance with those previously do this validation research. So because you do not mention any of it in your presentation. And then you should also acknowledge whether the result that you get from your validation is, whether it is within the recommended value for the validation. because to the best of my knowledge, some of the validation research will recommend that the validation value in this case should not be more than 20%. So I think you should underline this whether the result from your research is really in accordance with the recommended values. So the last thing is about, actually this is slightly deviate from the core of the research as well, because this is not talking about the validation method and anything in relation to that. But do you think that when you find out that there are 3 different sky options here in the tropic and in one unit tropic, where the predominant characteristic is that of the intermediate sky. What about the other 2? Because the value is actually, the proportion is almost the same between the clear sky and then the overcast. Do you think that you are going to use the 2 type of the sky, or you tend to use only the one which is very dominant in this warm humid climate? I think you should think about it. So because this decision will save your time in completing your research. I think that's it, Pak Nedio, from me. Once again, you should still, you have to be very happy and proud of your achievement, because it is important for you. Thank you very much, Pak Nedio.
Thank you, Pak Ngurah. So I'm gonna go for our next discussion. Pak Agus, monggo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, host. Hello.
Hello. Nice
Okay.
and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, Ms. Penny and Ms. Mona. Yeah, I already follow these 2 research since last year, I think, between ICIAP and Senpar. And so now I see the improvement of the research. Both of them is quite interesting study, but it's quite difficult to follow for the Miss Mona research actually, because some of the term like MDS, I don't really understand what is the meaning of MDS, Miss Mona. Miss Mona?
Multidimensional scaling.
Okay. So because there is no explanation in your presentation, and the interesting part of this study is about the using the online questionnaire, I think, and the improvement of the technology, the IT technology, especially for the VR. I think it's quite promising for you to use this method, because I'm not sure about your current result, current questionnaire right now. Is it using only the image, or use the virtual or something? Can you explain a little bit about this?
I just deliver online questionnaire because it's hard to like catering people to collect their data, asking them to come to campus. So I just, no, it's not just, but I come up with the idea to have an online questionnaire, because we still have, I still have to have a progress in 1 year of pandemic. So I think online questionnaire is the best option.
So is it using the web-based image, right?
Yeah, it's with a
Okay.
Google Form.
So because there is something different from one computer to another, so that should be aware about that, because the brightness of the screen and then several factors will be affect the questionnaire answer. So are you aware of that? And one thing that I already mentioned before, that the VR, the virtual reality, I think if you use that one, it will be much better if you want to have the physical experience from the respondent. And if it will be very good if you can use the physical lab. That's why we already have one in our university. So, and right now I think it's already can be done because we already give the permission to student to come. So I think that's should be the next experiment. And about the Miss Friend, yeah, I think it's a really good experiment about the physical model. So, and I think it already, yeah, it will be the same result. It's already aware about that because the ISVE is already established software. So the question is about not the validation. I think we already know about that validation part, but why? What is the next step after this one? Because are you going to analyze the environmental like the facade, or is it only the modification of the horizontal light pipe, or what is the urgency of this method?
Okay, this is only the first step of all dissertation, and then the next step is going to simulate using ISVE, and then what is the subject is the building geometry. So the aspect ratio and then the orientation, different orientation with a building using a light path and shading system will be studied. So the focus is different. The focus is the building geometry and also orientation. What is the optimum building geometry and also orientation for a building that use horizontal light path and shading system in the tropics?
Okay,
that's the next step.
Yes, okay, the ISVE is already also calculate about the energy simulation, right?
Yeah.
So I think the challenging part is the calibration of the energy because if we only see the lighting system, it's already been done so many people and already approved that it will be calibrated well. So not really a good challenge, but the real challenge is about the energy. So how if you already shrink down 1 to 10 model, and what is the effect of this model in energy simulation? So are you also going to see about the energy simulation?
I just focus only the daylight performance, not the energy. So there's the restriction of this research dissertation. So the focus is on also only the daylight performance.
Okay, yeah. Maybe for the next result, I think
the next research. Yes.
Because if you, the main issue of the lighting is that if we only want to have the daylight, so we only just to use the bigger ratio to fulfill the necessity of the lighting, but it will also affect the thermal comfort. So if we contradict these two things, it will have the optimum performance of the building itself. Because if we only see one point of view is about the daylight, it's quite easy for us to see that if we make it bigger, it will have the amount of lighting that we need. But that's not the real challenge in our region, because the tropical also bring the thermal from the sun. So I think it should be done after this one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
maybe
you.
that's my comment, Pak Janet. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Pak Agus. So once again, thank you for Pak Ngurah and Pak Agus for all the valuable comments and input. And I would also like to appreciate both presenters for all the efforts for this presentation on panel session number 8. And with that, I think I will return this session to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you again, and good luck to your PhD journey. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Nadiamukti, for moderating the discussions. Thank you, the discussants and also the presenters for the fruitful discussions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to panel session 9. Panel session 9 will be moderated by Ibu Diananta Pramitasari, STMN PhD, from the Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Ibu Diananta Pramitasari, the time is yours. We would like to let you invite all of the discussants and also the presenters.
Okay, check the sound.
Yep, we can
you
hear
Okay.
very clear, Ibu.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, we are in the panel session number 9. And in this session, we will have 3 presenters and 2 discussants. The 3 presenters are Pak Dedi Hantono, the doctoral student from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Ibu Freta Oktarina from University of Indonesia, and the third is Ibu Ade Shofa from Undip or Diponegoro University. And for the discussion, we have Professor Ismail Said from UTM, University Technology Malaysia, and Dr. Muhammad Sani Royhansyah from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Okay, now we will soon enter the presentation time. Now I invite the first presenter, Pak Dedi Hantono. The time is yours, please. And your presentation time is 7 minutes. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Okay. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I introduce myself. My name is Dedi Antono, and I'm currently studying in at doctoral program in architecture Universitas Gadjah Mada, UGM. And this presentation that drew today. That brought out today is a part of my dissertation research, which was supervised or promoted by Prof. Windu Nurianti and Bu Diananta Pramitasari. Yep. Okay. A market appears with offer and bargain in transaction between buyer and traders as the 2 actors in the market. The 2 actors will meet directly and have a more flexible offer and bargain transaction involving bargaining. Due to current development, the market becomes modernized. The role of the two actors is replaced by a system that standardizes the bargaining transaction. In Indonesia, the modern market appeared from about 1990s with the start of the retail revolution that developed rapidly in the large cities. The entrance of large retail companies changed the concept of shopping, not only a compulsive activity, but the developed into alternative excursion activity known as shopping excision shopping spree. And the swift modernization movement in the market did not destroy the traditional values of the buying and selling transaction among the Indonesian society or culture. The inherent Indonesian characteristic of friendly hospitality persists in the livelihood of Indonesian till today. The historical values and traditional culture are still intertwined into the Indonesian. The social character are still very much a part of the traditional market, so much that the community still relies really of the traditional market to fill their daily needs. Besides the traditional market and the market, the development to intermarket sector to be noticed straight the time of the Mataram Kingdom during the 8th until 11th century. Unfortunately, the ancient history of the informal market does not ensure its familiarity today. The general person only know it as the traditional market, even though the informal market is very different from the traditional market. And then the terminology of informal in the Indonesian dictionary brings the meaning of unofficial. This point to the institution as the main difference of between the two meaning. And the traditional market appears based on institution and will be managed by a government or private body, while on the other hand, an informal market will just appear unorganized and develop self-organized. The unclear category of the two market structure can lead to distortion during the analysis stage of the study, and error in choosing the object of study can lead to invalid findings. Therefore, the study aims to determine a clear definition and concept of an informal market in the aspect of special architecture, so that it might be used in other similar theory, other theory or other studies in determining the object of study, particularly in architecture and city planning studies. And okay, yeah, studies of informal market from spatial architecture aspect are difficult to find. There were studies using the qualitative method to discover the correct spatial concept must be performant. The approach of a literature review using other relevant and supporting fields of knowledge acceptable. The informal sector can be found in many fields, such as about education, economy. The similarity as the informal sector is the lack of informal institution. whereas the difference is in their activity and problematics. The marketplace is the location of economic activity which can be identify the demand and offer transaction. The robber is helpful. The economic theories can help determine the informal market spatial characteristic. And this is the location. I get a sample by the PPD market for the case study.
Pak Dedi,
And yeah.
You have 1 minute more.
Oh yeah. Okay. Result. I'm use the informal concept by the four concept of is employment, enterprise, habitat, and credit. Employment is general. The kiosk only has 1 or 2 rooms or space, the inventory space and the customer space. The owner and worker will almost always be in the inventory space. This room function as this display room and inventory room. And the and below is the Jenki road. The traders in this location are in the form of stalls that they hold on the side of the road or alley of residential areas. And the enterprise, some tradesmen are found be running more than one type of business, for example, selling fresh produce together with household appliance, and the same of Jenki. And habitat, the tradesmen are situated in road and small alleys inside housing settlement. But the Usman Harun, the tradesman, built non-permanent kiosk on the green strip alongside the toll routes, while the tradesmen that did not have a kiosk will arrange their wares on the ground alongside the Usman Harun road, or placing it in a chat in front of kiosk. And credit is not related to architecture in this table. And conclusion, spatial of informal market is 3 concepts. First, lowly territorial, and second, highly flexibility, and 3, hybrid space. Yeah, thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dedi Hantono. And now we move to the second presenter, Ibu Vreta Oktarina from University of Indonesia. The title is The Dynamics of Power of Market Management and Textile Trade in the Development of the Tanah Abang Market, Architecture in the Colonial and Post-Colonial Era. Okay, Ibu Vreta, the time is yours. 7 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the space and time given to me. So I'd like to present my research. Moment, yeah, because I cannot read my presentation. Okay. Yeah. The title of my research is Hybridity and Spatial Conflict in Market Management and Textile Trade in the Architecture of Tanah Abang Market from the Colonial to Post-Colonial Eras. The market is an important node in the urban spaces, as said by Ciro Kostov in his book, The City Assemble. One of the most insistent explanation for the existence of the city has been trade. The market is a gathering place for the community. The market also the center of the economy as well as a source of income for people. The market, the special formation that has a strategic role to direct the city. In other side, the market also a trigger for urban conflicts. So My research tries to take the Tanah Abang market as the object of study. Tanah Abang market is located in Jakarta, specifically in the central Jakarta between the two districts, Kampung Bali sub-district and Kebon Kacang sub-district. This is the market area. If we go to Tanah Abang area, and we see it's like there is so large market area, but actually there are only 4 blocks that under the government. It is block A, B, F, and G. Tanah Abang market has a strategic location near the Tanah Abang Central Station and also near the government area and commercial and district. As we can see, it is only apart and parallel with the Tanah Tamrin Road and Jalan Jenderal Sudirman. This is the market atmosphere of Tanah Abang market. As we see, this is very fast and there's a traffic, and then also around the Tanah Abang market, everything has become the market spaces. Tanah Abang market is the largest textile market in Indonesia. In one point, Tanah Abang market is the economic generator, not only for Jakarta, but the effect of the market has reached to many regions in Indonesia. And even it is said that Tanah Abang market is a symbol of Indonesian economy and one of the largest textile market in Southeast Asia. But behind its huge potential, Tanah Abang market has so many problems. One of the problem is imported products. Since 2009, the CAFTA or China ASEAN Trade Area signed and has made the important product take over more than 50% commodities in Tanah Abang. Tanah Abang also has local government industry problems that because the Indonesia is not yet take position in global value chain in the wood trade. And other problem that Tanah Abang have is social and environmental issues. Tanah Abang is facing a problem of slum, thuggery, street vendors, garbage, traffic jam, and illegal parking. And a special planning effort by the city government until today have not shown the effective result. Entering the era of 20th century, Tanah Abang come with a new look. As we can see, this is the Block A and Block B. In 2003, Block A was built and transformed into the high-rise building. And following the Block A in 2007, Block B, C, D, and E were also renovated and merged into one building, as like Block A. The appearance of the magnificent modern Tanah Abang market and the chaotic of situation create this harmony because the market activities inside the market actually are still running with a pattern as in traditional market. This is the special conflict that Tanah Abang has till today. Facing the problem that arises in Tanah Abang market, one of the effort that can be done is to examine the developing situation, understand further the existence of the market. As said by Henry Lefebvre, space is historical production. It contains layer of travel that leads space to its current existence. Also said by Jenkins that the study or urban space travel can be step to understand the problem that flow in today's society more truly by exploring hidden meanings that are sometimes not immediately recognizable. So Tanabang is Tanabang is not just built today, but was built in 1935, and is one of the colonial space production which is still live today. Okay,
you still have 1 minute more.
Okay, thank you. So this is the point of view to bring up Tanabang as a case study. One is colonialism that practices and that already taken up so much volume in the space of Indonesian society, and post-colonial spaces actually are negotiating spaces that contain conflicts. Also, if we talk about the city is a formation with first interest that that inside there are forces that move the city. And this is the research question through the long journey of Tanabang market from the colonial era to the post-colonial era. The question is, what is the meaning behind the existence of market architecture today, and what is the impact of the market movement on urban space, especially in shaping the socio-cultural structure of society as a post-colonial spaces? There are two fundamental elements that will be highlighted from the research, as we can see. First is what role the power of management and the textile trade, and what the meaning of Tanabang market, and to the characteristics of urban space as a post-colonial space. The research objective is because my study is try to further understand the existing Tanabang market as a hybrid space, and bring up the market management and textile trade as the focus. To know the role of the power market management and textile trade in shaping Tanabang market along the market journey, and to know the meaning of the existence of the market as a colonial production and hybrid space. The state of the art, I try to make a mapping of my research. This is the position of my research. Scope of study will be ranged from colonial to post-colonial. And the method, I take a strategy from long journey strategy from Fernand Braudel, that Braudel said that human history is shaped through the long structure. And this is the method. I take the method from Carl Mannheim to take the object as a document. I think this is my presentation, and this is the research structure that I have tried to develop. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Freta Oktarina. Yeah. And we move to the third presenter, Ibu Ade Shova from Diponegoro University. Please, the time is yours. 7 minutes, Ibu Ade.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. And before I will sorry for use bahasa in my presentation. Oke, saya akan mempresentasikan penelitian proposal saya mengenai penyesuaian secara filosofi dan budaya antara etnik Hakka dan Hokkien di pola permukiman pecinan Pasar Lama. Isi dari presentasi saya nanti akan berisi mengenai background, latar belakang kenapa saya memilih pecinan Pasar Lama dan fenomena yang terjadi di pecinan Pasar Lama, research fokus dan metodologi yang saya gunakan. Pecinan di daerah pecinan Pasar Lama ini berada di daerah Tangerang, di mana pecinan di daerah Tangerang ini terdapat beberapa pecinan yang tersebar di daerah Sungai Cisadane. Dari gambar terlihat ada beberapa pecinan yang
berada di Sungai Cisadane, yaitu dari kabupaten hingga ke pusat kota. Nah, pecinan pasar lama ini berada di pusat kota dan berdasarkan hasil analisa dan kunjungan lapangan ini merupakan bentuk linear dan sprawl. Namun permukiman pecinan pasar lama ini memiliki pola permukiman yang berbeda sendiri, yaitu adalah membentuk pola grid dengan yang simetri seperti itu. Kemudian menelusuri lebih lanjut lagi adalah dari morfologinya tentang terjadinya pecinan pasar lama, dan di sini direkam dari tahun 1600, 1800, 1902 sampai 2020. Di tahun 1600 pecinan pasar lama ternyata sudah mulai terlihat, di mana pecinan pasar lama ini berada di pinggir sungai Cisadane yang masih berbentuk sederhana, tetapi sudah terdapat pasar, terdapat benteng Belanda, dan camp atau barak dari pekerja Makassar, di mana pekerja Makassar ini adalah pekerja yang membangun dari benteng Belanda. Kemudian di tahun 1800, pecinan pasar lama mulai berkembang dan daerah sekitar karena sudah dikuasai oleh Belanda, mulai diolah wilayah sekitar menjadi area-area pertanian, dan dibangun beberapa barak-barak pekerja untuk membangun atau mengolah lahan-lahan pertanian sekitar. Oleh karena itu terdapat beberapa unit bangunan, yaitu ada benteng Belanda dan penguasa lokal, permukiman atau pasar Belanda, dan ada mulai terlihat kelenteng. Kemudian di tahun 1902 di sini pecinan pasar lama mulai terlihat membentuk pola grid, di mana pada tahun 1902 ini kelenteng tetap berada di tengah. Bentuk massa bangunan terdiri dari beberapa blok massa bangunan, kemudian sudah semakin melebar ke sisi timur. Di sini juga terlihat beberapa blok-blok permukiman dari hunian Tionghoa yang awalnya barak sehingga menjadi unit-unit hunian dari permukiman Tionghoa juga. Kemudian di tahun 2020 permukiman pecinan pasar lama mulai berkembang juga karena sudah menjadi suatu kota, menjadi bagian dari satu kota, dan terimbas oleh adanya perkembangan kota sehingga luas lahan semakin berkurang karena dibangunnya jalan di sisi barat, yaitu Jalan Kisamaun, dan ada perubahan yaitu dari area tengah yang merupakan area pasar berubah ke sisi timur dari permukiman. Namun letak kelenteng tetap sama, dan karena adanya tadi pelebaran jalan dan pertumbuhan kota, blok massa bangunan berkurang menjadi 9 massa blok. Untuk itu saya meneliti lebih lanjut lagi dari permukiman ini, dan didapati bahwa permukiman atau tata letak dari permukiman pasar lama ini adalah mengikuti dari aturan Cina kuno atau dari dinasti Tang, yaitu berdasarkan dari penelitiannya Junedi tahun 2002. Kenapa saya mengatakan itu? Karena dari pola permukiman pecinan pasar lama di tahun 1902 ini terlihat memiliki aturan yang sama, yaitu di mana ada sumbu pusat dari permukiman dan meletakkan area membagi ruang secara simetri seperti itu. Kemudian menghubungkan di mana terdapat beberapa pintu-pintu gerbang atau pintu masuk di sisi-sisi permukiman seperti itu. Kemudian di tahun 2020 yang diduga sudah semakin berkembang, ya ini tetap mengikuti atau ini adalah dari kosmologi Tionghoa atau mengikuti dari kerajaan atau dari aturan tata letak etnis Tionghoa di dinasti Tang, yaitu berubahnya itu pasar yang dari tengah ke sebelah sisi barat itu mengikuti area yang seperti ada di kerajaan, aturan dari dinasti Tang, di mana di sini adalah area market, ini market, dan di sini adalah pintu masuk ya, dan tepat pada sumbu menghubungkan kepada kalau itu adalah raja, dan sini adalah kelenteng sebagai pusatnya seperti itu. Kemudian
Ibu Ade,
ditemukannya
waktunya tinggal 1
iya.
menit.
Ya, oke. Dan kemudian juga mengikuti aturan kosmologi itu berdasarkan dari tata letaknya, di mana etnis Tionghoa itu mempunyai aturan utara selatan, yaitu sehingga hampir sama dengan dari sini saya mulai mempelajari lebih jauh lagi mengenai karakteristik dari permukiman pecinan Pasar Lama itu. Ternyata pecinan Pasar Lama ini diduga diduga dibentuk oleh etnis Hakka. Maka dari itu saya mempelajari tentang permukiman tipologi dari permukiman Hakka, yaitu ada Welongwu, Tulo, Wengfenglu, dan Tuezi. Dan karena sekarang adalah didominasi oleh etnis Hokkien, maka saya juga melihat karakteristik dari Hokkien, settlement Hokkien seperti apa, dan didapat hasil penelitian itu bahwa bahwa permukiman Hakka ini mengikuti permukiman dari suku Hakka yang adalah dari Tuezi seperti itu. Dari mana? Karena dari permukiman Hakka di Tuezi itu memperlihatkan bahwa kelenteng adalah berpusat pada orientasi menjadi 3 balai dan menjadikan lingkungan tertutup, dan ini yang terlihat dari permukiman pecinan Pasar Lama. Kemudian bagaimanakah permukiman Pasar Lama saat ini berubah? Ini adalah dari tengah ke sisi kanan, dari tengah ke sisi barat perubahan yang pasar ini, dan perubahan lainnya adalah bentuk-bentuk hunian dan adanya ruang menjadi lebih terbuka seperti itu diduga adalah merupakan satu adaptasi dari Hokkien ke permukiman etnis Hakka, karena etnis Hakka ini memiliki budaya berhuni yang berbeda dengan etnis Hakka seperti itu. Kemudian ini ada beberapa bentuk hunian yang berubah, di mana etnis Hokkien menambahkan elemen-elemen pagar, merubah elemen-elemen atap gitu. Karena pada etnis Hakka umumnya unit-unit hunian tidak menggunakan pagar, di mana memang konsep hunian dari Hakka itu adalah tertutup, terbukanya ke dalam, tertutup keluar, terbuka ke dalam, memiliki bentuk pertahanan seperti itu. Nah, kemudian itu yang menjadi
Bu Ade,
dugaan
bisa
saya.
Bu Ade,
Ya.
waktunya mohon maaf, bisa diakhiri mungkin setengah menit untuk menutup, silakan.
Ya. Dan ini adalah metodologi saya menggunakan ini fokusnya aja, jadi seperti yang tadi saya bilang bahwa adanya penyesuaian antara etnis Hakka dan Hokkien di permukiman Pasar Lama, kemudian menggunakan paradigma dari grounded teori seperti itu. Dan ini adalah riset, langkah riset saya, dan ini adalah langkah-langkahnya. Oke, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, we have already listened to the 3 presentation. I think a very interesting presentation. And then we will move to the discussion session. I will invite Professor Ismail Said for the comment or insight. Okay, please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Dianata. Thank you also the presenter, 3 of them. All of them research is interesting, denoting that you have passions, you all have passions towards the research. That is one of the good quality of doing a PhD. All 3 are on looking at people-place relationship, 2 on market. One is Daddy, the other is Frita from UI. Nice, good. The background to me is good. I'd like to now go to Daddy. I would say that one of the findings that you have mentioned is on territorial. I would say that informal market, generally that I found in Indonesia, I call it pasar limpah or pasar tumpah. I would say that interesting if you were to align your research towards the theory of that you found in human geography and urban sociology. Example, theory of place and placelessness. You mentioned that the mall doesn't have this placeness. It is placelessness. It doesn't have this culture behind it, whereas your informal market has this placeness. Therefore, Dedi, I would say that you define what is space first, then it migrated to a place. It evolved to a place. Therefore, I would like to introduce to you this word, two words, pneuma and neosis. Pneuma is what is the character. Neosis is what the impact to the people that comes to your informal market every single day. This is to me, is very interesting research because it is much within the bloodstreams of Indonesians, for which I've been to many of pasar limpah in Indonesia. All right. I think the study is good. I think it's much appropriate to the context of your country. Frita, here the study is a mix. I think it's an exploratory study, but I do not know where is the direction yet. Perhaps the direction is on, because when I see some your finding, I found it's on this social cultural structures. Then how does these social cultural structures, all right, social cultural structures blend with the colonizations? Yeah, but it seems that your method is so already advanced stage. Yeah, try to focus. Yeah, try to focus. It will be. I think it's an interesting study too. Okay. Last is by Ade. You explained it. The background is quite vast from 1600 to 2020. That's a long. On morphology. One of my first students from Indonesia, who is now teaching at Unsri, she's doing also on morphology of river settlement in Sungai Musi, right? Yeah, this is interesting. Tetapi I don't think that you need to go during the Belanda time. Yeah, I think you focus to me during how does Hakka and Hokkien, how does it transform from Hakka to Hokkien? Ade ya. Saya mau cerita sedikit di sini Ade. Saya sudah jadi penguji untuk satu dosen Universitas di Bandung ya. Kerana PhD-nya di Universitas Sains Malaysia, cerita dia melihat bagaimanakah arsitektur rumah percinaan ya di Lasem. Ya, di Lasem ya. Ya, di mana daripada 26 rumah yang dia ambil ya, tetapi cuma satu aja yang dia digunakan untuk studinya, iaitu Kijang Mas di Lasem. From that, she really make very good in-depth study. One of the method that I really appreciate, which I cannot find in other studies, on PhD studies on architecture, is she utilized the way of she do watercolor painting by her own to see the activitas ya. Setiap gerak-geri of that owner Kijang Mas for many months, and then only she get real good data from that. So her research is constructivism. Yeah. She is about to come back tomorrow to Bandung. Yeah, tomorrow is a flight back to Bandung from Penang. Yeah. So overall, I would say that Dedi and Vita and of course Ade, I think we all should proceed with this research. I think your methodology is sound, but then we need to be careful here that remind ourselves that a PhD is about a process, and we need to narrow down, scope down our study. We are not going to solve the world problem. Yeah, PhD is not about rocket science. It's not a breakthrough. PhD is a process. I think everybody will end at a good note. Hopefully everybody will complete their thesis during the time frame that we intend to do. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Ismail Said. I think your knowledge and comments are very constructive, and you use the interesting method to deliver your comments using the explanation in whiteboard. I think it's quite clear. Okay, now I invite Dr. Sani. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much to Dian for the time. And how are you, Pak Ismail Said? Yeah, I hope you are also healthy there. Okay, thank you very much for the time to Dian, and I'm happy to be here to give a comments for three presenters that almost all focus on the market existence in the city or in the environment or built environment. Yeah, from Pak Dedi, yeah, I think the Pak Dedi, the research is quite interesting. Yeah, I think I support also all this research, but maybe all the problems are how to simplify the story of your research, because Pak Dedi said that there is so many phenomena of informality in market existence, in traditional market or in informal market in Jakarta, but how the concept of informality itself, I think you should consider deeper in your research, because you only compare with education and economy, and also one again in other aspect. But because in informal education, we can describe clearer about how it's the informal education, but in informal market, we should construct the description about this informal market, because we know that the informal market is very popular in Indonesia, but the continuity of this existence is quite unclear, yeah, yet, because if government take an action in this problem, for example, all clear, yeah. So this should be considered more specific in your context, I think. And in which condition the situation of your cases emerge or exist, yeah, it's also should be explained clearer in your research, because you just take some examples from Jakarta market, but you also maybe better to give some explanation what kind of the condition of the surrounding, or how the situation support the existence of the market, because I think from 2 or 3 market, the background of the existence is very different, yeah. Maybe some abundant spaces, maybe the other from exist from the weak of the control from the government, for example, and other is appear from the disaster, post-disaster, for example, yeah. So, but the process is you should make strengthening in the process explanation. That's from Pa Dedi, and from Bu Freta, it's also a very interesting result, I think, from the process but you change your, I think you change your title from the dynamics of power of market management to the hybridity and spatial conflict in your research. Okay, no problem. But I think that's important to give explanation or a description or something big picture of your unit information, yeah, from your research, because we know that the Tanah Abang, the process of development is very rapid, yeah, from the colonial era to the now post-colonial era, from the several building to be one fully blocked, for example. And this is also interesting because what is the difference morphological or spatial transformation background, yeah, from maybe from the variation of the products shell in the colonial area, and now maybe past time is only textile, but now it's a very various products sell there. So you can also make some explanation or additional explanation. But the function, role, and management during colonial era and now post-colonial era, it is very different, and how the process itself very interesting, and I hope I can hear from you in the near future. Yeah, because I think your research is only in the beginning of your journey, dissertation journey. That's from me for Bu Freta. And the last comment from Bu Ade, this is also important and also interesting research, but please add title Chinatown in Tangerang City, for example, because if we read your philosophical and cultural adjustment between Hoka and Heian ethnics in settlement pattern of the old market Chinatown, maybe the interpretation of the readers is general old Chinatown or where is it? Yeah. So please add in Tangerang City, for example. And yeah, I agree with Pa Ismail. That's the transformation. It's so long, yeah, almost 5 centuries long, and I think the context of your research is about change and continuity of each period, or you can please decide your period of focus, yeah, focus period, yeah, because change and continuity is very difficult to decide, and so but please yeah, give the reader the position of your research. It is all each period you will give some information, or in which or in the last period of your in 1906 till now, for example. Yeah, it's very important, and I think change and continuity in the one aspect, and Hoka and Hokkien, the adaptation or yeah, or mix from these two tribes. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. But the context of your research is you said that you will use yeah, grounded theory. It's a very systematic methods, and you don't forget to also clearly make your analysis in, for example, the mapping, open mapping, axial mapping, and selective mapping as the suggestion of the grounded research. That's from me, Bu Dian. Thank you very much. But I'm optimistic that these three research will fruitful in the future and get some successful results. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sani, for the very important and constructive comments for the three presenters. I think Professor Ismail will give additional comment because I saw you put some additional comment in your whiteboard. Okay, please.
Just for the other the third student Adi, I agree with Dr. Sani comment on that on the grounded theory. Yeah, when you're on grounded theory, guys, we need to post questions, question after question, right? During your while you collect your data, then you need to post questions, right? Don't worry much about hypothesis. Post questions a lot. Yeah, good. I think everybody will reach the end, inshallah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Ismail. And ladies and gentlemen, we reached the end of the session. And thank you very much for Professor Ismail bin Said and also Pak Sani Royhansyah. And also for the three presenters, Pak Dedi, Ibu Freta, and Ibu Ade. We hope the knowledge and also the insight from the discussions, Pak Ismail and Pak Sani will enrich and enhance the process of the study of the doctoral student presenters. I think we should give big applause for all the presenters and also all the discussion. Thank you very much. We hope we will soon meet again in the future academic forum. Thank you very much. And I will give feedback to the MC. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, Ibu Diananta, for moderating the discussions in panel session 9. And also thank you the discussants and also the three presenters for the fruitful discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to panel session 10. We would like to invite Bapak Retno Widodo Dwi Pramono ST MSc PhD to moderate the panel session 10. Pak Wid, are you ready, Pak Wid?
Okay, thank you.
The time is yours, Pak Wid. Please invite the discussants and also the presenters. Thank you, Pak Wid.
Thank you, Bu Yani. Dear participants, we come up to the panel session 10 for the International Doctoral Colloquium in Architecture and Improvement. We have three presenters here. Bu Tri Endangseh from Gajah Mada University, and then Bu Cynthia Puspitasari from ITB, and also Bu Olga Nauli Komala from UE. And of course, we have respected discussion here. Professor Babang Hari Wibisono from Gajah Mada University and Dr. Diah Titisari from Gajah Mada University. We invite all of you, Professor Babang Hari, and then Dr. Diah and three presenters. Here, for the first, I think I should save the time. I would like to invite Bu Endangseh for the first presenter with title Sustainable Hybrid Settlement Development with Transit-Oriented Development Concept Approach in East Jakarta. Are you ready, Bu Endangseh?
Yes, are you ready?
Okay, 1 minute, please. It's your time.
Presentation material is like, and my voice can heard.
Okay, yeah, it's clear enough.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Tri Endangsi from the Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Let me present the progress of my dissertation with the promoter, Dr. Arif Kusumawanto, and co-promoter, Dr. Dia Titisari. Thank you to the moderator who has given me the opportunity to present a paper entitled Sustainable Hybrid Settlement Development with a transit-oriented development concept approach is Jakarta. The research location is in the transit node area of Jatinegara Station in Jakarta. Currently, the dissertation progress is in preparation for the first research seminar. My background research based on data from Bappenas and the Ministry of PUPR in 2017, urbanization in Indonesia has experienced a very significant increase. It is predicted that in 2035, around 66.3% of the population living in urban area. So this research need to be done looking at the current condition of city development, traffic jam, air pollution, housing density, increased energy use, social and economic problem. This study purpose to finding a sustainable hybrid settlement mode in effort to regenerate dense settlement in the transit node area with the transit-oriented development concept approach. Finding from research topic that have been carried by previous research, hybrid settlement that are integrated with public transportation, multifunction with transit-oriented development approach will improve the quality of life. The TOD concept was born from the spirit of new urbanism, principle of new urbanism. All these principles to achieve a sustainable city in urban planning, transit-oriented development is a type of urban development that maximize the amount of residential, commercial, office, and recreation space within walking distance of public transport. This picture show the TOD structure according to the direction of the Ministry of Spatial Planning. This research question behind where this research is interest to do. How is the development of settlement in the station area based on the TOD concept? Number two, how can the principle of hybrid architecture and sustainable settlement be applied in the development of settlement in transit node area based on the TOD concept? And number three, what are the benefits of TOD and hybrid settlement on economic, social, and environment aspect the achieve the sustainable city? This picture also plan location as the two TOD area, the Jatinegara development, and a secondary activity center and the TOD development location, the current condition of land use as transit node for Jatinegara station, trade and service area and residential area for moderate to high intensity resident. Theory relate to the development of sustainable hybrid settlement model on the theoretical basis of the three theoretical studies used for the preparation of the model as the ultimate goal of a compact area, environment friendly and pedestrian, and has connection between building and public transportation so that sustainable city will be achieved.
The time is 2 minutes remaining, Putri, please.
Yes. It is a study using three-dimension modeling method with the rhinoceros program and simulation with the urban modeling interface program for regional sustainability assessment. The state of the modeling and simulation in the following chart. In the first state, study of theories with to the research topic, followed by the second stage of reviewing the existing condition on the planning area, and discuss is by applying the principle that have been summarized in step 1 to modeling concept. After the draft plan in developer, the next step is to develop a model to assess to sustainability. This planning model consists of two models. The first model is based in the city spatial regulation, and will the second modelnya is based on indicator of sustainable settlement. After the two models are complete, then the model testing through simulation with the urban modeling interface program and carried out of for the assessment of settlement sustainability.
Sorry, the time is run out, but I give you a half minute.
Then the structure of the TOD space is applied the following, and finally this picture show example of three-dimension modeling in planning area with the rhinoceros. And that all I can see. Sorry, there are many shortcomings. Thank you to Professor Bambang, Ibu Wida, the discuss, and Ibu Bapak Ratno, moderator. The moderator. I will return the time please to the moderator. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you, Putri. Now I'm inviting for the second presenter, Bu Cynthia Puspitasari, to present during the hijab concept on the Arab settlement, Tuban, Jawa. Please, you have 3 minutes. Please manage optimally, please.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Cynthia Puspitasari. I'm a student of doctoral program from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Today I will present my paper. Actually, this paper is a part of my dissertation, supervised by Prof. Himasari Hanan and Bapak Heru Purbo. The title of my paper is exploring the impact of hijab concept on allies of Arab settlements Tuban, East Java. The background of this research is about how the community of Arab entered the city of Tuban in the 18th century from their original place called Hadramaut, Yemen. This Hadrami community still maintains their lineage through the practice of endogamy. It means marry their own group. And this community still uphold the Islamic values and implement it in their everyday life. They also implement the Middle East tradition and also Islamic rules called the hijab concept. This is where the Hadrami community settled until today. They dominated the alleys or Gang Kutorejo 2 and 3. That's why for this research, I focus, the Gang 2 and 3 were selected as the focus of this research study, a part of my dissertation. The research problem here is that the study of public spaces that are considered ideal for urban system is inclusive public spaces. But this Arab community implemented the concept of hijab to maintain their group traditions. Meanwhile, these hijab traditions, this concept of hijab affects the change in the meaning of alleys as a public space. That's why this impacts the disruption of inclusive space. And the research question here is how the hijab concept influenced the activity patterns between gender and how the religious and cultural value influence the shift in the meaning and create public space contestation. I tried to, the literature review was divided into 3 sections. This is the first sections about the concept of hijab in Islam. Basically, in Quran, the hijab is in Islam is something to regulate the relationship between man and woman. It also viewed as a barrier for women from seeing by men. Sorry. The second literature is about hijab and Muslim communities. In many Muslim communities all over the country, they translated the hijab concept into different forms. Some communities implements the concept of hijab in the use of clothes that are close to women, but others implements it by makes a spatial separation between genders that impact in their daily life. This is the third literature about the privatization of public space. There's a question about public space that is it public space really open to public, or is public space limited or being controlled? I tried to analyze using 3 different approaches about public space. The first one is exclusive public space. This is about the regulation that causes a concept of limited public space. The second is about zone concept. This is about the interaction space between the public and private that occurs, and it is called by semi-private and semi-public spaces. The third approach is about parochial realm. This is the view of public spaces as a social area, not a physical one. And it's also called fluid types of social relation. The method in this research use qualitative method, and the collection of data, I use the 3 steps. The first one is semi-structured interview, observation, and physical documentations. The data was analyzed using content analysis, and it resulted categories and subcategories to create a movement matrix to see the range and pattern form for each genders. And then the last one, I tried to process it and analyze it using the literature review. This is the table of analysis. I tried to divide into 3 sections of data here: the daily activities, weekly activities, and special events. Okay. The Hadrami community in Tuban impacts the hijab impacts the limitation of frequency of women movement and also separation of time and spaces activities between men and women. I try to explore the women movement here, and the result is that the movement of young people to public spaces are outside the neighborhood is higher than adult women. This is the way women perceive hijab is related to the age. For men's movement, there's no significant difference actually for the young and old age, but the differences happen is just the formal places is closer to the young groups. In their daily activities, how the hijab impact the residential alleys, actually the alleys were more synonyms with the male groups, because the male groups do the movement during the daily prayers 5 times a day when they are going to the mosque. So the identity of Kampung Arab itself was more masculine and closely related to the men's activities in their daily life. In weekly activities, the frequency of male and women almost the same, but the difference was the range of them. That men activities primarily spent in the alley during the weekly than the women. That's why here occurred the visual barrier between gender, that when the men annexing the alleys, it limited the women's group to accessing the space when male groups was there. In special events.
I'm sorry. Can you make a one?
Okay. Okay. So the contestation of urban space caused the change in public space. Because at certain times, this public space become exclusive and only accessible to Hadrami group of men. From the three different approach here, the parochial realm, that the factor of feeling different and feeling unable to access encourage the creation of this space. So the discomfort for women's group, this is the cultural things that make this space happen. So the Loveland approach is considered the closest to Kutorojo Alley as the change in public space into parochial realm. The conclusion here is that
one statement only.
Okay, based on the strong desire to maintain the culture, the inclusive public space that called ideal is refuted by the cultural identity. Thank you. That was my presentation.
Yeah, I'm sorry for cut your presentation. Yeah. Okay, but I think that's the idea already got for the all audience. Okay, the last but not least, we are inviting Bu Olga Nauli Kombala, from University of Indonesia, to present food mosaic and patch in the form of urban foodscape in urban spatial context. Please, Bu Olga.
Okay, thank you.
Manage 7 minutes optimally.
Okay. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Olga, doctoral student from Universitas Indonesia. Today I present my research food mosaic and page, the form of urban foodscape in urban spatial context. Food influences urban space and vice versa. Therefore, the same food will never have the same meaning if it presents in different places. Foodscape refers to the relationship between food and its landscape. This research highlights the attachment of food to its place in urban space. Yandel describes foodscape as overlapping concepts between food places, public space, and public life. Previous studies reveal that foodscape is nested, interconnected, and multidimensional. However, the idea of foodscape is not sufficient to comprehend how food fits in its landscape. The concept of form highlights fitness' ideal condition for the presence of food in urban habitat. Urban habitat constitutes a distinctive landscape so that the form of foodscape depends on its spatial context. Christopher Alexander highlights the question of form as what it is and what it does. Pancoran Glodok as one of Jakarta's urban foodscape has specific physical and non-physical aspects as Jakarta's Chinatown, which characterize its urban forms as the structure of urban habitat. This area has diverse activities, including various types of food. The objective of this research is to explore the form of urban foodscape in relation to food system and urban form. This research questions the form of foodscape, which indicates the fitness and the relationship between food pages. This research has several limitations, including location, activities, and time. This case study has 7 parts: literature review, field observation, cartographic analysis, the mapping of food and urban food system, the position of food in urban form analysis, place-based studies or overlay desktop analysis, and conclusion. The literature review highlights the concept of form, urban form, foodscape, and urban habitat. The form emphasizes diagram of forces, internal form, and the condition of fitness. Meanwhile, foodscape refers to the attachment of food to its landscape. In the case of urban habitat, the term of land mosaic as puzzle pieces plan refers to the heterogeneity of spatial elements constructed by matrix, edge, and corridors.
Patch as a spatial unit is analyzed as a set of urban food systems related to urban forms. A comprehensive multi-layered method is applied to explore the multi-layered aspects of food and landscape. The superimposed mapping functions to separate, sequence, and overlay the spatial presence of food page in urban forms in 6 layers, based on the internal and external aspects of food page, including the layer of food spatial distribution, activities related to food or urban food system, food types, the spatial permanency of food spots, surrounding context, and center of activities within food environment. The next 2 slides observe 5 streets which refer to urban forms and the presence of food as commodities. The cartographic analysis highlights the development of urban form. The streets become the most stable urban form since there is no significant changes. The buildings are dominated by the row-shaped houses, but the new building types have bigger scale than the old ones. The old plot patterns have wide sides. Besides, the new plot patterns are composed of some old plots. The diagram highlights the combination of urban forms as one of the fit conditions for the presence of food in the spatial context. The mapping shows food spatial distribution as the first layer. This slide shows the multi-layer mapping. The first layer highlights the food spatial distribution. The second layer emphasizes urban food system. The third layer is about the distribution of food types. The fourth layer is the mapping of spatial permanency of food spots. The fifth layer is the mapping of surrounding environment. And the sixth layer is the mapping of center of activities around food environment. The microscale analysis classifies the generic types and the specific types of the presence of food, as well as the boundary of each food pages. This research elaborates multi-level diagram in superimposed layers, which refers to overlay desktop analysis. Finding 1 refers to the question about what the form of foodscape is. This research discovers that Pancoran Glodok as urban foodscape has 9 types of food page, including food corridor, street food festival, food page around activity center, food page around intersection, food page in public space with intimate scale, street market, food note, non-halal food page, and food page as a transition zone. Finding 2 refers to the question about the fit condition as an urban foodscape. The types of relationship between food pages can be categorized as including it, being included by it, partially including and partially excluding it. Every type of food page has a specific combination of urban form. Finding 3 refers to the question about the form of fitness generated by the relationship between urban food system and urban form. This research reveals food mosaic as the form of foodscape, which refers to the fitness of part to the whole relationship. Food mosaic represents the concept of being nested in food pages and interconnected with other food pages and elements within the food environment. This research concludes that the understanding of food mosaic will lead to prescriptive purposes in the development of urban foodscape that fits in its urban habitat. The fitness of food page can be explored from various points of view without being detached from urban habitat as the matrix. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bolga. The precise presentation, 7 minutes exactly. Yeah, I think we're glad we have already 3 presentations. This is to me, this is a very perspective, yeah, and for doctoral research and of course thesis in architecture and with environment, I think, yeah, all of the 3 presenters show how the social and economic value may be issue or maybe interest or behavior of the people in determining the urban architecture or urban place formation, like that is quite promising also for our knowledge and for our professional. Then for that, I will give opportunity and time to Professor Hari Yuksono, and then continue to Dr. Widya to give a comment, discussion, and of course suggestion for the better to continue this research or maybe analysis to have a good thesis for them. Please, Pak Hari, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and also to the three presenters who have already delivered a very interesting works of from your research. Putri, first of all, I'm not trying to fight against Ibu Vida, who is actually the expert on TOD, and I'm not also trying to fight against the idea of TOD. But what I would like to remind to all of us about the concept of TOD itself. Yeah, we really have to be careful because TOD is something adopted from the Western culture, in which the idea itself is quite interesting, quite good, and it's been a successful concept implemented in many cities all over the world. But I think the most important thing for us is to really see, to really observe whether TOD concept, which is very specific to Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, for instance, because so far we have already some pilot projects, such as in Dukuh Atas, yeah, but we haven't really seen how successful it is when TOD is implemented in Indonesia. Even Wida has already tried through her PhD research on looking at the possibilities or opportunities to develop TOD not only in the urban context but also in rural or suburban context. So and what I've seen from your topic, which is also quite interesting in fact, but then you try to develop a model, right, Putri, a model which is based on more on physical model, 3D modeling, but you also will combine it with another program to assess the sustainability. But again, that TOD is not that simple, but this is actually the challenge. Yeah, this is actually the challenge because TOD is a complex concept. Of course, we cannot just looking only from the physical aspects. Yeah, because one of your model will be based on the 3D model, which is okay. But the most important thing that the impact of TOD concept, of course, is not only we can see not only from the area that we will develop. You have the very specific delineations of the area, but then the most important thing to see whether your model will be successful or not, that we have to see in a broader context. Secondly, what I would like to suggest to Ibu Tri, because you are using a modeling, is this going to be a conceptual model, or this is a real model in which you need also to do a kind of validations? We need to have like something that has to be checked the validity of the model based on the empirical facts from the area. So I think if from the beginning you mentioned this is going to be a conceptual model, then nobody will ask you on how you want to prove that the model has already been validated. But if it is a model, not a conceptual model, then you have to show also on how you will test the model, so that finally you can also prove the results of the model. And don't forget, Bu Tri, that then the idea of the OD, of course, is for efficiencies in mobility and things like that. But check with the most important thing in development of such area according to the carrying capacity. Not only capacity, but carrying capacity, daya dukung, ya. Bukan hanya kapasitas tapi daya dukung. Okay, The second one and the third one, I think it's also quite an interesting topic, especially because everybody seems to be quite eager to introduce new terms. Yeah, I like that. I mean, although hijab concept has already been known quite a while, and it's been also acknowledged through the history of a particular community in Tuban. But then what I would like to suggest to Cynthia, because you mentioned the impact of hijab, will it be spatial impacts to the spatial setting of the alleys, the form, or the life of the people living in the alley, the Arab settlements living in the alley? Because I believe that you will actually look at the several dimensions, not only physical, spatial, physical, but also from the socio-cultural, maybe from the way they live in that particular area, so that it might also related to the idea of environment and behavior study, which is also known as the EBS. And although this is not merely behavior, but it is also related to their socio-cultural and in connections with the environmental characteristics. You mentioned about public and private space debates, yeah, but we might also be able to see the possibility of gray areas, spaces in between private and public. Yeah, maybe we sometimes call it semi-public or semi-private, but the gray areas, this cannot be really identified strictly by private or public, which is normally it is debated between the two. But then it will be also better if you can also find the gray areas, something that we cannot really or strictly define which is public or which is private. And lastly, to Ibu Olga, I also like the terms of food mosaic, food patch, and foodscape. Yeah, I think Jan Gell already mentioned it more than a decade ago, that when we see the life in the public space, food is also quite an important aspect. You have already finished, I think, or almost finished your work, maybe because you showed the findings and then they are quite interesting. You even have already identified the 9, what do you call it, 9 types of food pads in Glodok, Pancoran Glodok. Yeah? But did you also distinguished or classified some of these types into formal and informal? Because I saw in your pictures that you also mentions the 2 types of activities according to formal or informal. Some are street vendors with hawkers, but some are also in warungs or in the shops like that. So, but throughout your presentations, I didn't really clear. Maybe I missed some of your points, but then the classifications between formal and informal probably will also be an interesting points to be mentioned. Yes. Oh yeah. One more. We normally, when we are talking about the space and time dimension, we also acknowledge the presence of dynamic activities according to time, whether it is based on a 24 hours activities or maybe weekly or monthly. So what I've seen from your presentations, maybe it was just based on one segment of time, but then did you also do a kind of an observations to identify the dynamics of activities, especially in relation to food mosaic and food patch, based on the dynamic of the activities. I think that's about it from me, Pak Widodo, as a moderator, and I wish you all the best for the success of your research, and we look forward to seeing you all again. Thank you. Masih muted, Pak Widodo.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Hari. It's very constructive suggestion and comment, I think, for the presenter. Please, then I will give the time to Dr. Dia, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Bapak dan Ibu. Thank you, Pak Widodo, and all the presenters. Basically, this three dissertation, I think, have a scope of study on mesoscale, so that the three-dimensional space and form, and also a spatial aspect here is its components become the unit of observation and unit analysis of in the research process. They show multiple dimension of mesoscale. I think the first presentation examines the functional dimensions. The second presentation examines the social side, and the third examines from the perceptual morphological side. I think I would like to discuss all of them, starting from the first presentation entitled Sustainable Hybrid Settlement Development with Transit-Oriented Development Concept Approach in East Jakarta. Selamat siang, Bu Endang. Yeah, I think the topic of the dissertation is challenging and very useful. I think if it can be completed well, but several fundamental questions that are important to establish the urgency of the research is what is sustainable hybrid settlement, and how is it related to TOD, and what is the purpose of the purpose of developing the model, and also why is Jakarta as a research case? I think it should be defined clearly. Furthermore, what is the position of the TOD concept in the exploration of sustainable hybrid settlement models here? Is it correct as an approach, or is it more appropriate as the context of the area where the settlements are located? In simple way, TOD here is as a context or as an approach. You have to elaborate it again, I think. Basically, the residential function is one component of the development of the TOD area, and the principle of settlement development in TOD generally leads to an affordability, where residential function that reach all levels of society are needed for the livability of the area, and also for encourage potential users of transit system. In my opinion, sustainable hybrid settlement can be a challenging new discourse here in the context of developing TOD area beside affordability, where the sustainable principles in hybrid settlements conveyed by Bu Endang in line with the TOD concept. So I think TOD in this case it is not as an approach, but more as a context. It's more clear, I think. the settlement development approach is hybrid and sustainable. So deeper understanding of theory is needed to understand more the relationship between the principles of TOD, hybrid architecture, and the principles of sustainable urbanism. That's all. Next about the construction of the model and the East Jakarta as a case. Referring to Permen ATR about the in 2017 about the TOD area development regulation, whereas where this regulation adapt the Western countries TOD concept into Indonesian context. There are three typologies of TOD area: kota, subkota, and lingkungan. And actually, it would be more interesting if this dissertation could find the concept of sustainable hybrid settlement development in its typology of TOD development area, so that it is not limited to one case only. It also could be more appropriate as long as the function of the model is to understand and explain the system of like a phenomenon and predict the future condition in the similar case. So in this case, the method used to structure the model needs to be clarified and should be based on the principles of sustainable hybrid settlement in the context of the TOD area, and also make sure for the validation of the model, as Prof. Hari mentioned before. And that's all. Next for second presentation, entitled Exploring the Impact of the Hijab Concept on Alley of Arab Settlement to Band East Java. Selamat siang, Ibu Cynthia. I think the dissertation topic is unique and interesting, highlighting the uniqueness of local phenomena, seeing the function of public space, which is generally open and has high accessibility, but in this case becomes an exclusive function with certain ethnic cultural concept, and gives a different meaning to the function of public space. The research problem, I think, is very clear, can be easy to understand. The study of literature on hijab and spatiality in various contexts is quite interesting as well, showing the various meanings of public space, or in this case is social space, right? In terms of its use based on the concept of gender differences. And more deeply, actually, this is also related to the flexible function of public space according to its social. However, I'm still wondering about the alley, because it hasn't been explained clearly why the alley is chosen as open space typology in elaborating the role of the hijab concept here. Is the alley the only typology of public space in this case? Maybe this is the reason, I don't know. Actually, what makes this research interesting is the case of kampung kota that usually has limited public space. When exploring activities in the alley, is there any typology of certain physical setting of the space where the hijab concept is quite significantly applied or tends to happen? Because in general, certain physical settings are closely related to the emergence of the certain activities, I think. Next, I think you have good findings in this research that defining the, I said, temporary exclusive public space maybe. Temporary exclusive public space and temporary soon concepts and parochial realms as implication of the hijab concept in residential areas. Why is temporary? Because the use of public space by Hadrami women activities depends on the continuity of Hadrami men's activity. This condition defines the public space as parochial realm. And this only applies to Hadrami men and women, which does not happen to non-Hadrami groups. That's all to Cynthia. So I move to the third presenter. Ibu Olga, selamat siang. She has the presentation about food mosaic and patch, the form of urban foodscape in urban spatial context. Jadi lapar ya. Yeah, from what I understand, the use of the wordscape that follows an object is usually interpreted or described as a broad view, of the object, I think. And here you have a very interesting topic linking food and urban space, and also using a sketch image for illustration and also attractive presentation. That's great. Okay. The important point in this research is food is not just a kind of activity of function entity in the urban space. More than that, it can play a role in shaping the image of the city when the system is elaborated and linked to the urban form. Different spatial contexts will give different form of urban foodscape, and the role of spatial context will give significance to the foodscape. There are so many interesting terms that arise, but for me, not all of them is clear for me, clear enough to structure the position and the relationship with one another. As example, when you mention that the spatial context is shaped by land mosaics that talk about matrix, patch, and corridors. Why focus only on the patch as a representation of the urban food system? How is the relationship between matrix, patch, and corridor in shaping the urban food system? I think it's you can make it clearly. The research discovers that Pancoran Glodok has 9 types of food patch considered as fitness. This point is very interesting for me. But how is the 6th layer mapping associated with urban spatial form or the character? Maybe you can highlight it as well. What kind of street, what kind of plot, what kind of building has specific fitness of urban form in creating foodscape? I think it will be more interesting if the relation could be explained. One more, I just want to know this foodscape has a close relationship with cognitive memory or something like that. Considering that Pancoran as a case has legendary eateries, I think. Legendary eateries as a memorable place related to history. It has long been known as a place that's synonymous with food. Yeah, just wondering. Okay. Okay, thank you for the presentation. I think that's all my comments for our presentation. Hopefully, it will be useful for completing the dissertation. All the best for you. Good luck to Bu Endang, Bu Cynthia, and Bu Olga. Thank you very much for sharing. I'll give it back to Vitoto.
Okay, thank you very much to Dia. I think that's a very valuable review, comment, and suggestion both from Prof. Heri and Dr. Dia Tisari. I think that's not only to improve the research, maybe redesign or analysis, or also to reformulate the finding. Maybe this is very good. Not only for the 3 presenters, but also I think it's quite worth it also for better insight for all us. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Heri and Bu Widya. Okay, this all the presentation and discussion. Yeah, we hope that due to this occasion, you, especially the 3 presenters, will keep spirit and enthusiasm for the research, and then we waiting for the very good result that contribute to our knowledge and also professional. Thank you very much, and forgive me for some appropriate words on another thing, I think, as a moderator, and I will give back the time to the MC. Thank you, Bu Yani. Yes, yeah. And let's give applause for all. Yeah, and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Pak Retno Widodo, for moderating the discussion panel session 10. And also we would like to thank all of the discussants and the presenters for the fruitful discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 panel sessions remaining for today. For panel session 11 and panel session 12 will be moderated by Ibu Ardia Nareswari, STMT PhD. But for the panel session 11, we would like to invite Ibu Nares from the Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to start invite the discussants and also the presenters. Ibu Nares, the time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Yani, for the time. Okay, the audience, good afternoon. So we are in the 11th session in this colloquium. And in this session, it will be 2 presenters, which are Ibu Rina Widayanti from Universitas Diponegoro and Ibu Novi Maulida from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And the discussion for this session is Professor Gunawan Cahyono. Good afternoon, Professor Gunawan Cahyono, and also Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. Good afternoon, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. Okay, so for Ibu Rina Widayanti as a first presenters, the paper will be the function of the water bodies as mitigation of the impact of urban heat island in city village. So Ibu Rina Widayanti, the time is yours. It's 7 minutes presentation.
Okay, fine. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Nares, for the opportunity. Before starting the presentation today, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Rina Widayanti. I'm a student of doctoral program in architecture and urban sciences di Diponegoro University, Semarang. Okay, I will share my screen first. Okay. Is the screen visible, Miss? Is it clear?
Okay, yeah, it's clear. It's better to make a slideshow presentation.
Okay. Today, I'd like to discuss about my dissertation progress entitled "The Function of Water Bodies as Mitigation of the Impact of Urban Heat Island in the City Village." Case study Kampung Luar Batang and Kampung Pulau Gelis. Okay, first, I will explain to you about the introduction. The development of an urban area has a characteristic of increasing population growth accompanied by an increase in urban infrastructure development, so that there is a transfer of the function of green open space into built-up land. The rapid development of built-up land can lead to increase in urban surface temperature. This is what causes the phenomenon of urban heat islands, where urban area are warmer than surrounding rural area. Based on the result of previous study, the urban heat island phenomenon has become a serious phenomenon, so that appropriate steps are needed in an effort to handle and reduce the increased temperature, so that it doesn't have greater and serious impact on losses. 6 steps to reduce the temperature include adjusting the geometry of the city, using white or bright building materials, saving electricity usage, establishing a good transportation system, increasing water bodies, and maintaining green open space. Okay. The result question is how about comparison microclimate condition in the urban village are near a body of water in the form of the sea and the river as mitigation of the impact of urban heat island. Okay, then I will explain the materials and method of study. The research method uses a comparative quantitative method that compares two villages with different morphological conditions. Broadly speaking, the research will be conducted by taking the location of two villages located in urban area at starting point. The measurement aspect of these two villages include temperature, relative humidity, and wind speed. The data obtained from the measurement result is then processed and analyzed so that the difference of temperature between area near the sea and close the river can then be carried in statistical analysis process to obtain comparative result between the two villages by comparing the two variables. To test whether a significant difference exists using the t-test. Okay. The study was conducted at two locations that have water body. The first location is in Kampung Luar Batang, North Jakarta, which has a regional morphology that forms along the coast of Jakarta Bay. And the second is in Kampung Pulau Gelis, Bogor, as regional morphology is formed by geographical condition of the village, which is surrounded by river. To road to the village can only be reached by crossing the bridge. The measurement variable of these two villages include temperature, relative humidity, and air velocity. Next, data collection and measurement. Measurement were carried out one day with four measurement time at 7 a.m. o'clock, 10 a.m. o'clock, 1 p.m. o'clock, and 4 p.m. o'clock. Measurement for the two villages were carried out using different tools, such as the following. In Kampung Luar Batang, I used Lutron LM8000, and in Kampung Pulau Gelis, I used anemometer Lutron EM4206 and humidity temperature meter Lutron HT3006A. And then this is the measurement result in Kampung Luar Batang and Kampung Pulau Gelis. Okay, this is the result. Okay, this is the result data in Kampung Luar Batang and Kampung Pulau Gelis. Then the analysis data with statistical analysis, the t-test. The first t-test was carried out using the data comparing the temperature data in two villages that were the study location. There is a significant difference between the temperature in Kampung Luar Batang and Kampung Pulau Gelis. Okay. The conclusion, based on the regional geometry and the form microclimate, the comparison of the two studies above provide an understanding that geographical location has a significant influence in creating microclimate. Both locations have high humidity values in the morning, need to be investigated more deeply, especially in relation to evapotranspiration and anthropogenic release of the Earth's surface. Location closer to a river have lower temperature, while location farther from the sea have lower temperature than surrounding area. A body of water in the form of a river can help lower the temperature compared to the body of water in form of the sea. In the summer, water bodies have a function to cool the ambient temperature based on the type of water. Extreme weather events such as heat wave with high heat level for urban residents can be overcome by water bodies. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you, Ms. Rina Widayanti. It's sharp, 7 minutes. Okay, and we go to the second presenters, Ms. Novi Maulida. The title is Urban Growth Pattern in Coastal Semarang City. Okay, Ms. Novi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, good day and thank you, Bu Nares, for the opportunity. Thank you also for the discussion that will give me insightful comments later. I will present, this is part of my initial stage of my dissertation research. The title is Urban Growth Pattern from 1990 to 2020 in Coastal Semarang City. Okay, the background of the studies is related to the problem of coastal areas development, especially in the north coast of Java, or we usually call this Pantura. In one hand, this coastal area have significant strategic economic value nationally, but however, the other hand, this coastal area also have issues related to the multi-hazard that usually hinder the development of the coastal city along the North Java. One of the cities that has been these development challenges is Semarang City. Semarang City is one of the largest metropolitan areas in Java, and it is said that Semarang City has experienced a decline in quality, especially in the coastal area due to the coastal hazard. And this study wants to investigate how the physical development of the coastal Semarang City in the 30-year period, and how the development policy and the impact of the coastal hazard encourage the urban growth pattern. Actually, the topics is not a really new topics, but I hope that this initial stage would contribute and enrich the findings on the phenomenon of the development of coastal city in Semarang. Specifically, the study will investigate the physical development of coastal Semarang city in the period from 1990 to 2020. I will investigate specifically the physical development in the year of 1990, 2000, and then 2011, and the last is 2020. This initial stage also, I hope also can become the basis of my next stage. I hope this result can justify how I will choose the case study in the coastal area in Semarang city. The methods that I will use in this study, how I explore the physical development of the coastal area, is using the NDBI, or Normalized Difference Build-up Index, the algorithm methods in GIS that used to compare the density level of built-up area. And the step is I will retrieve the SWIR and NIR pen layer from the Landsat 5 and Landsat 8. And then I will continue to proceed the NDBI analysis. And then the next step is the generation of the built-up area. And then the last one is interpretation and analysis of the map. This is the result of the NDBI analysis. This is the result from Landsat 5 in 1990, Landsat 5 in 2000, Landsat 5 in 2011, and Landsat 8 in 2020. From this map, I try to analyze the attributes related to the area, built-up areas development in the 30 year. And we can see that there is a shift from growth rate of the built-up area, that when it's the period in 1990 to 2000, the coastal development is still significant to produce the built-up area, but later on in the year of 2000, after the 2000, the inland area is contribute to the built-up area development. The urban growth pattern in the 30 years period, in the period of the 1990 to 2000, the orientation is still in the coastal area. The urban sprawl is going to the east part of the Semarang city, specifically towards the Genuk district, and to the west side of the Semarang city, which is in toward the Tugu district. And then after the 2000, the year of 2000, the development is oriented to the inland area, mostly going to the east-south, west-south. And after the year of 2010, the development is mostly going to the south area. And this findings is actually aligned with what Setioko has emphasized in his research, that since 2000, Semarang city has tended to experience a decline in the vitality of the city center, marked by a low growth rate of the population in the city center compared to the urban frame. The shift in the spatial pattern development in Semarang City from being coastal oriented towards inland oriented significantly occurred after the 2010. But nevertheless, the growth trend of the built-up area in the coastal area is still continue to increase over the last 30 years, especially towards to Kenu and Tugu district. This phenomenon.
Sorry, Miss Novi, please
yes?
manage your time because your time is almost limit.
Okay. The phenomenon actually very influenced by the development policy and spatial planning policy, especially from the national policy that has been implemented and will be implemented in the coastal Semarang City. And the phenomenon also induced by the coastal hazard that causes the changes in the pattern of spatial development in Semarang City. And the most recent research highlighting how the float and land subsidence is become the most hazard that will threat the development in coastal Semarang City. And this is the conclusion of my initial stage of the research. In general, Semarang City has experienced physical transformation through changes in the growth pattern of urban areas from mainly coastal to inland. But the role of the coastal area in the development of Semarang City is still strong with various national policies, programs, and projects implemented in the area. Multi-hazard becomes a challenge in coastal development that needs to be anticipated in policy formulation. And the last one is the needs of risk-based action plan to strengthen the resilience for balanced opportunity of coastal development and the risk. Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Novi. Now I invite the first discussion, Professor Gudawan Cahyono, please, the time is yours.
Hello, thank you very much, Ibu Naraswari. I'm quite honored to be here to share to all of you about my experience. Actually, I learned many things, and I'm quite happy that somebody had carried out about water in her studies. Actually, Indonesia has land and water as our motto, tanah air, but nobody, almost very few people talk about water, about land. Okay, but I have some comments about for Rina and also Novi. Both of you need to answer some basic question. Why it's important for your studies? Why is it important? Is it can help COVID-19 or what? I don't know. But you have to make that statement first in any studies. Then you formulate your question about why you study, and then what is specific about your topics, and then you formulate your methods. Both of you have to answer that, I think. Secondly, your findings, both of you too, will be falling into a general understanding of settlements and urban study. Then you need to answer, so what? Everybody knows that, let's say, the increase of population will be towards inland or what. So what? And then, especially for Rina now, how can you compare two different types of settlement? One is at the sea coast. Another is an river island. It's not a sea. Of course, they are very different. And of course, they will have different answer. So what? Then both of you should reject the rival explanation to your studies. Otherwise, it will fall, okay, everybody knows that, and then so what? What is the contribution of your studies? And so on and so on. That make you, please remember that a doctoral dissertation, one will expect you expand the state of the art. It's different from master thesis. Master thesis is need you to mastering the state of the art. But doctoral should expand. What had you expand? That's, you need to put that question. I don't see the reason you choose Rina for one at the coastal. It has a very different environmental condition. Sea wind and then sea breezes. And then another is a river island. Also, what can you expect to get? Because you are looking for or using the method of what we call a quantitative approach. It's strong for testing your hypothesis, but I don't see a very clear hypothesis in your studies anyway. Now I will turn to Novi. Okay, coastal development. Why is it important? Because of the urban area will be the future of our population growth, or what? Or because nobody got COVID-19 at the coastal area? I don't know. Possibly some indicators will lead us to that problem. So you want to know urban growth pattern, it's kind of morphology. The theory of morphy. Morphy is form. So the outcome should be the form. But you say that this is the beginning of your study. That's fine. Then you have more time to reshape your question. Hopefully you will get more and more on that. And you use case studies methods. I have no idea about why case study is the most appropriate approach you haven't mentioned, but of course this is, in 7 minutes you cannot answer everything. But from your conclusion, it will lead to also kind of quite general knowledge type of answer. Almost nothing new. That's my problem. Okay, then I think I have to cut my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gunawan Cahyono. It's fundamental comments about the importance of the research in this time. Okay, and I invite the second discussion in here, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nares. I just completing what Prof. Gunawan Cahyono has give many comments about this research. I read in the result of the research, the researcher said that based on the result of measurement at the two locations, Kampung Kulo and in Bogor and Kampung Luar Batang, Kampung Pulo temperature is lower than Kampung Luar Batang. But I think it's not need to compare between temperature of Kampung Pulo and Kampung Luar Batang, because characteristic, condition, and situation of those kampung is very different. Kampung Luar Batang near sea, but Kampung Pulau Gelis and Bogor is far off from the sea. This is very different situation. So I think it's not need to compare result of temperature, measurement of temperature between two kampungs. I think it's more important to explore, to know why Kampung Pulau Gelis is lower, is lower than Kampung Luar Batang. What kind of factor that influence temperature in Kampung Gelis? So this is a case study method. So I think you should explain mechanism why a situation happen and why what's a factor and influencing the situation. This is very important in case study. So comparing to kampung, but I think it's not need in this research. It's situation. It's very different. Of course, the result will different. So it's not important to make comparison, but to know why Bogor, Kampung Bogor is lower, is low temperature, and Kampung Luar Batang is such temperature. It's very important to explore about that. And sorry. Another comment about you only curious about water body, yeah, urban Thailand, yeah, water body. But you know that there is other factor influencing the temperature of area. For example, building material. So how you can you not considering about building material in this case? So I think it's better if you will not consider building material. You have give reason, get argumentation. So you only takes water body in this research, but you have makes rational about that, but argumentation. So building material will not considering in the research, because we know that building material and also greenery, for example, have big influence to the temperature of the area. So I think, but this is this research has potency to more developed. So you can must have detailed research about phenomena, temperature, and this kampung, and Kampung Luar Batang and Kampung Bogor, but not comparing about temperature between two kampung. I think it's enough for me, Bu Nares. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. Thank you very much for the two discussions, to give a comments for the two presenters. Hopefully it will be increased, and also it will be make a good quality for the dissertation after that. Perhaps it's still a comments, Professor Gunawan Cahyono, for the presenters, or is that all?
I like the statement from the presentation of Novi, locally rooted, globally respected. But to me, city defines civilization and citizen define the city. But you are not studying the citizen, but the city, physical, and how different are, let's say, a children, also an adult and old age, consider themselves comfortable from the temperature and also the humidity. It's all different. So many variables. Just, I think, be careful to select your instrument. Okay, that's probably all.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gunawan Cahyono. And we are in the end of this session, so I will give the time back to the Master of Ceremony.
Bu Nares,
Yeah.
I will give story comment about Novi.
Okay.
Novi siapa namanya? Novi, Mbak Novi ya, it's okay. So, I'm sorry.
Novi Maulida.
Novi Maulida. This is the conclusion is very interesting. You have charts a picture about I said the model of development. So compact and linear and sprawl. Yeah, there is two type of development in this area. You also present about policy. You said that policy have relation to the spatial development. There is 3 period about policy, spatial planning policy. Yeah. The first regional growth center in Central Java, metropolitan area, and international trade and service center. But you know, there is no explanation about how this implication of this vision to the spatial development. There is no explanation or no what's kind of data to support this conclusion. I think it's very better. Will be better if you have a study about how this like investigation, how the policy will be relation to spatial development. This is, for example, in period 1, 2, and 3rd, yeah, second and third, you make explanation how regional growth center in Central Java have influence on the spatial development. How development of metropolitan area influence the spatial development, etc. There is no information about that. So I think conclusion it's good enough, but it's very more interesting if you can explain, yeah, why this is compact linear, why is growth, why is sprawl, why the pattern in period, for example, the 2011 until 2020 is sprawl. What kind of fact or what kind of evidence influence this spatial development? I think you should investigate about the factor. So it's more interesting, I think, if you can present about factor influence this spatial development. Thank you, Bu Nares. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. So it's about how is the implication in the spatial development and also the meaning of the development. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi and also Professor Gunawan Cahyono, and also the two presenters, Ms. Novi Maulida and Ms. Riana Widayanti. Okay, I give the time back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nares, Professor Gunawan, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi, and the presenters for the fruitful discussions. And we are very delighted to have Ibu Nares once again to moderate our last session today. So we would like to invite one more time Ibu Ardia Nareswari, STMT PhD from the Department of Architecture and Planning to moderate our last panel session. Ibu Nares, please, you have time to invite all of the discussants and also the presenters. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yani. We are in the last session this afternoon for today's colloquium. And in this session, we will have two presenters and also two discussants. The first presenter is Mr. Wahyu Setiawan from ITS Surabaya, and the second presenter is Ms. Rahmanita from Universitas Diponegoro. And the discussions in this session is, the first discussion will be Dr. Ika Putra, and the second discussion will be Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. Okay, for the first presenter, Mr. Wahyu Setiawan. Okay, the time is yours for 7 minutes presentation.
Okay, thank you, Bu Nares. Good afternoon, all. I am Wahyu Setiawan from the Department of Architecture ITS. The title of my paper is Architectural Mitigation of Housing Development Post-Disaster with Case Study Kampung Pandi Post-Reconstruction of the Earthquake and Tsunami Disaster. So actually, this is a part of my ongoing disaster research. Post-earthquake and tsunami disaster development in Aceh from 2005 to 2009 has become one of the role models for disaster rehabilitation and reconstruction throughout the world, and should become a valuable lesson for Indonesia in the context of disaster mitigation. Banda Aceh, as one of the devastated areas, now in the development of settlements more directed to coastal areas that prone to tsunami disaster. And also the settlements that have been reconstructed after disaster have developed towards new conditions. This study aims to identify architectural responses as mitigation of housing post-disaster reconstruction. To develop the development of settlement in the coastal area need to be seen from the aspect of public understanding of natural disaster hazard, especially those dominated by self-help type houses according to Turner 1977. Community understanding of the threat of natural disaster in settlement is also influenced by collective memory of the disaster that have occurred, and ultimately affect community attitudes and action toward disaster threats, and or also known as coping strategy according to Gates and Sorensen and Wine. Collective memory and understanding of community disaster itself can be traced by looking at the development of the physical condition of housing and settlement as built environment associated with cultural aspect of settlement according to Rapport 2005. In accordance with the objective, the research is categorized as natural research or qualitative research, which is emphasizes the natural setting context, focus on interpretation and meaning, involve the community deeply, and focus on intact contemporary phenomena. This research is related to ethnographic research that use an amic approach in field survey, emphasizes the natural setting context, focuses on interpreting and meaning, involves the community deeply, and focuses on contemporary phenomena as a whole. Based on the certain criteria, the area selected as case study is Kampung Pandi, Kutaraja Sub-District in Banda Aceh City. As an area located on the northern coast of Banda Aceh City, Kampung Pandi was one of the area most affected by 2004 earthquake and tsunami. Kampung Pandi is also one of the area where the Rehab and Recon program, which is the first kampung that received assistance from the Asia Development Bank or ADB. With the considerable authors' involvement during the Rehab and Recon period in Kampung Pandi, authors have brought access to information data as well as preparation in the field. The main participant interview was a local community leader who became a key figure and play a major role in the Rehab and Recon in Kampung Pandi after disaster. Participant naturally became an important figure in the rebuilding of Kampung Pandi after disaster through a long process, a journey full of challenges both from internal community and with external parties. As a result, we can see the housing model ADP's generic house in the standard ADP assisted house for general condition as on figure A. And the second one is about the four-line condition where it's not possible to build a generic house design. ADP also provides different design alternatives according to the area or shape of the land, but still meet the requirement of government of Indonesia, not exceed than 36 square meter as shown in figure B. ADB's housing assistance scheme allows the community to customize at particular parts of the house provided that any excess costs resulting from modification are the responsibility of the beneficiaries as well as figure C and D. About housing development before the ADP house in Kampung Pandi was built in 2007, participants also received temporary shelter from International Federation of Red Cross that was built with the light steel structure. Before ADB assisted house was built, participants submitted a request for modification to the house design by changing the door and windows design and adding a terrace area with additional structures. In 2008, participants gradually expanded the house to the back area to meet the needs of the family. Considering the limited land in the back area, it is necessary to construct a new two-story building with the consequence of dismantling the emergency housing building donated by IFRC before and moving it into the second floor of the new building. During the construction of the additional house, participants explicitly asked the builder to make a solid structure because the building must be able to last a long time because of the builder a builder who also have built ADB as a house. They use the typology of ADB's house structure as a reference. Another influence by the design of the ADB house was built column larger and stronger rather than normally used by the resident before the disaster. In general, it can be identified that the dominant earthquake hazard mitigation effort carried out by the participant is by strengthening the building structure, especially with scale up the standard of the reinforced concrete construction using curtain wall and lightweight roof structure. The simple and thin form of the building is one of the principles in the design of buildings that are responsive to the threat of the earthquake hazard. The availability of an open space that is wide enough and evenly distributed is also an opportunity for mitigation effort from earthquake hazard as assembly point. And as a conclusion, there are two things related to the view of Kampung Pandi residents toward natural disaster. First is step, fortunes, meeting, and death are decided by God. These principles make them in general to quickly rise from natural disaster and make it better. And the second one is boil never grow in the same place. And these principles believed by the disaster victims so that they continue to rebuild the homes in their original places. Post-disaster mitigation action carry out our housing development with architectural and structural typology, referring to ADB's house building. The result of this initial interview opened up to opportunities for another interview with other key figures to get a more complete picture of the architectural mitigation that carried out by the Kampung Pandi community in dealing with the earthquake and tsunami disaster. So that's all my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention and looking forward to your comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wahyu Setiawan. It's sharp 7 minutes. And I invite the second presenters in this session, Ms. Rahmanita. The title will be The Morphology of the Former Colonial Settlement. The time is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear my voice, Miss?
Yes, it's clear. you may share your content. Okay.
Sorry. Okay, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to presenting about the morphology of the former colonial settlement in Depok Lama, West Java. This is my part of dissertation, but firstly I would like to introduce my mentor. My promoter is Professor Edi Purwanto, and my co-promoter is Ibu Siti Rukayah and Bapak Arif Rahman. Okay, the background of this research is about the housing that was formed in Indonesia, one of the which was caused by the colonial influence. Especially the Dutch government in Indonesia. The colonial influence can be seen in the grid pattern and the availability of the complete facilities to make the European community comfortable, which was the goal of the housing development at that time. So that the grid pattern become one of the characteristic of the plans made by the Dutch government. My research location in Depok Lama is located in Depok City, West Java, known as Jabodetabek, is the closest city to the capital of the Jakarta. The Depok Lama settlement in Depok City was formed from the settlement of the plantation worker, of the plantation worker community during the colonial period, which required a system of tradition and ideology in the 17th century. The phenomenon is the Depok Lama settlement emerged from the community settlement of plantation worker who developed organically into the resting village for the Dutch and European communities without any structure planning there. The aim is to explore the morphological pattern of the residential space as a place for the activities and non-physical, physical form that form the morphology of residential space. Okay, my first step is doing some literature review by mapping the settlement colonial in Indonesia. The result is I found the phenomenon that many colonial settlements built in 18th and 19th century were built by the Dutch government, and in some other location was collaborating with private developers. This kind of settlement.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rahmanita.
Yes.
About the slide, I think the slide is still the same slide since the beginning.
Oh, yeah, correct? Still in the cover?
Yeah, the title is Findings and Discussion.
Oh, this is
okay. So since the beginning, it's
introduction and literature review.
No, findings and discussion.
Okay, I will stop for a minute, Miss, and then I will share again.
Okay. Okay, and right now this is the title.
Sorry. I think the committee running my presentation, right? Or not?
Okay, right now about the introduction and literature review.
Okay, thank you. This is the introduction that the earlier that I have told, and then the literature review. Can you move the slide, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, my first step is doing my literature review by mapping the settlement colonial, and the result is in the 18th and 19th century, the settlement were built by Dutch government, and in other location was collaborating with private developer. Okay, this kind of settlement is presenting by the color of the light blue. And then the color of the dark blue is presenting the settlement planned by the Dutch government aimed to the native people, and grid pattern was also applied on that kind of settlement. The red color indicate the settlement built by native people by imitating colonial settlement. The residents of the settlement are native people and other ethnics such as Chinese and Arabs. The settlement's pattern became organic because there was no influence from the Dutch government on the planning area. The purple one presenting Depok Lama, as you can see, the color is different from the other. It is because the Depok Lama appears that with a slightly different characteristic from the others. The settlement belonged to the plantation slave of the VOC official, and the development in the Depok Lama was carried out by the slave native people, with the help of the priest from Batavia. And they don't have the grid pattern like the other settlement who influenced by the Dutch government. The map on the right is about the land changes in Depok Lama with a comparison layering with surviving colonial building artifacts. Okay, next please. Okay, the methods was used in this research was a descriptive qualitative analysis, and then the way to identify the morphology by 3 steps. One, by the satellites image to determine the physical changes of the area. 2, by observing and interviewing figure and residents who occupy the area. And 3, do mapping area. And then these outputs with several analyses are needed, including land use analysis, spatial patterns, and road network patterns. Okay, next please. Okay, finding and discussion. In figure 7, the results that I got from the field observation, the left maps, figure 7. On the left map is the map from the RT/RW carried out by the Depok government. The map on the right is mapping carried out from Depok government by regarding the elements of colonial history. These 2 kind of maps show that planning carried out not very different. Next please. The finding that I got, the result that I got from the field of observation, that the land use in Depok Lama is very diverse. Network and patterns are branch road. The existing spatial patterns range from space for health facilities, housing, education, church, etc. The map in the right presenting the layering map that I have done between satellite map, RT/RW map, and the observation field. Okay, the map in figure 8 shown land use with overlap position the colonial artifact that I have told. Okay, the next please. Okay, this is the same. This is the result that I have found on my observation fields. Shown of the classification of the roads and the width. The result is that the structure of the city road in Depok Lama is crossed by main road such as Margonda and Siliwangi gitu. This is sound pattern of an organically grown. Oh sorry, next please. Okay, figure 10 is about pattern of Depok Lama settlement. This is so that the pattern of an organically grown with colonial artifact will still remain in the same location. This can be compared to the previous colonial artifact maps. Okay, next please. The conclusion, the result is the land use of the Depok Kelapa settlement is mixed, and then the residential special pattern has zoning for trade and service function, as well as zoning for residential function. And then the third, the pattern of Depok Lama settlement building when viewed from the settlement structure is uneven and irregular. The types of road in this settlement consist of primary collector roads, secondary arterial roads, and primary local road. Jalan Margonda and Jalan Siliwangi are the main road in the Depok city. Crossing this area makes this area develop very rapid. Okay, thank you, Ms. Nareswari, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rahmanita. And now I invite the first discussion, Dr. Ika Putra. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nares. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, if Professor Gunawan happy because not many people using the research object using air or tanah air, and I'm happy actually both researchers using the theme that or many people already use it, like morphology and mitigation. So make me easily to understand how actually the focus on both research. If Bu Nares allowed, could I showing my review using one slide each?
Okay, please, Pak Ika.
Okay. Well, this is make me easy to explain because I have already mindset on both topics, but of course, so many questions I have to confirm on it. Let me show my, it's already appears on the screen. A full screen or both two screens? Which one?
Two screens.
Okay, let me swipe it. Okay, then yes, Pak Wahyu, mitigation actually is a very interesting topic, and I usually trying to understand what mitigation is, and a very simple understanding is the act of someone or something to reduce, especially reducing risk against someone, something, or some event. This is a generic thing that you can find in many definitions. So mitigation usually have two things. Who actually doing action to respond something? Is that architecture or architecture response you think you mentioned, or a house as one of type in architecture, or housing as a complex of living place? Because your title have been many clues there, and I have to see which one actually, but I think you are going into the architecture. And the second one, against what? And I realized because in Aceh, it's not like in Yogyakarta, Yogyakarta only earthquake and Mount Merapi eruptions, but in Aceh, special earthquake and tsunami. That was I'm understanding from your presentation. But the context still, the case on post-disaster housing, not the existing housing, which not suffer from the earthquake or tsunami a couple of years ago. So, but same to reduce it when future disaster occur. Here, I think the problem is that which one in architecture, house post-disaster that you want to focus on. I call this research unit. House plan, yes, you say house plan. House structure, yes, you mention it. But the last one is landscape. But the problem is that I'm not maybe it's not on this presentation, but I'm sure you have it. But I didn't see which plan as a research unit you analyze it. Why is that? Because it should be going into a discussion that plan that whether it's resistant to earthquake or tsunami. This one, if a resistance, then it will go into the risk reducing or reduction. But what structure you mean in the analysis? Because I'm not really sure that I understand from your presentation, but I'm sure you have in your report. This is two things that I'm trying to see. But the conclusion, if I looking at, conclusion is belief. Which one is belief is takdir? I don't think that is related to thing reduce risk. Is that the belief of our takdir? We believe on takdir. All is a takdir, but it's not the vocabulary of architecture respond to the case. So building back factor, that is the term that we understand very much. People who learn from disaster prone area like Aceh, Jogja, Palu, and so on. The problem is that building back better is coming usually not directly for mitigation. But of course, this is suitable for years because all the post-reconstruction or post-disaster reconstruction should go into the building back better ideas. But still, it's not showing us what the unit research that you are working on the analysis. If you say that ADM model is most suitable for the next reducing risk on the future disaster and comply with building codes, the problem is what code and why you think that is comply, because I don't see your analysis. But this is the questions on how I looking at your research. This is the Pak Wahyu Setiawan and the research from Aceh. The same thing are using the same pattern for Burahmanita. Morphology, as Pak Gunawan Sahoyono, is always related to form and process. If not form, then not morphology at all. So, and I believe that this should be on urban design because not planning. And I'm trying to see the title. You say colonial settlement, but at least when I just understanding maybe colonial work, but I think you are right, maybe colonial housing, because colonial housings that you mentioned is built for plantation worker, and 1917 is the golden age of plantations, well explored by our friends from Dutch colonial. So that this is, yes, okay, this is good. I'm already understand that the research unit is housing of plantation worker, and under that titles there is a land use on that. Okay, that's good. There is a skeleton, which means that all form of the settlement or district should be mentioned as a road network. You mentioned also settlement elements. One is the heritage that have been preserved. Whether we find pattern or no pattern, and you mentioned the first initial Dutch made this housing project is not has not or had no pattern. The problem is that what do you think then is coming into form after there is a collaboration to the native people that you mentioned, and also or contractor, I don't really see, but there is collaboration continuing the Dutch works in housing. And is there, did you find a pattern, and why is the patterns coming into that one? This is the other thing that because if you have already good elements of research unit, the problem is understanding what kind of finding that you, or this is still on the initial process, then this is already good proposal, because land use, then you see there is a problem of land use has changed because morphology always going into the understanding of process of formations later on until today, so that we can learn from. So and yeah, conclusions is very interesting to me. The process, especially by Dutch government, continue by collaborative work with native or with some other people, including the government of Depok 2 days. That was quite interesting. But the problem is, what is the fact finding of form in this stage? If this still proposal, then I'm still quite happy because you held already good direction on it, and how the process should be mentioned, but the research unit still rely on the form itself, skeleton, and then spatial, including land use, heritage element, and should be going into, is there any pattern that the unique? Because if you use colonial, then the question is, why you use that one? Is there any unique thing, either process or form, or both process and form? So that was my review. Nares hopefully will give an input to Pak Wahyu and Bu Rahmanita. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Pak Ika Putra, about the objects of the research. Hopefully it will be increase the quality of the dissertation. And I invite the second discussion, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. Please, Pak Sarwadi.
Yeah, Naresh, thank you very much. The first for Pak Wahyu, Pak Wahyu Setiawan. So the title of the research is Architectural Mitigation of Housing Development of Disaster, and case study about earthquake and tsunami disaster. So I think the first, you should identify what kind of mitigation for tsunami and for earthquake. I think it's there is differences between mitigation for earthquake and mitigation for tsunami. So you should identify about two kind of this mitigation. Then there is a housing model. You mentioned about the housing model, generic house, alternative house, and modified house. It is interesting if you also can identify what kind of mitigation for generic house, for alternative house, for modified house, because this type of houses is different. For example, alternative model house, this is 2-story, but the others is only 1 story. I think the mitigation will be different. So it is better, it is interesting for the research if you also identify what kind of mitigation based on housing model. Then also there is housing development. This is stage 1, semi-permanent, and stage 2 modify, stage 3 new development house. I don't know what kind of point of this housing development related to mitigation. So if you present about this data about housing development, I think you should also give explanation what's position of housing development in research of mitigation. And you have finding about mitigation. There is architectural, structural, and landscape. But in your presentation, there is no about route or space for evacuation, only open space. But usually it's very important for tsunami hazard. There is should be evacuation route there. Yeah. So in evacuation in tsunami hazard, because people will run to escape hill or escape building. So in this finding of mitigation, there is no route for evacuation. I don't know. Actually, there is no route in this area, or you didn't make identification about that. Yeah. So please consider about that. Then in the conclusion, you said about architectural mitigation. There is 3 points about refer to IDB house. This is so I said that it's better if you also present about mitigation based on IDB houses. Yeah, what kind of there are 3 types of houses, so you have also present the type of mitigation related to the type of house and personal experience and collective memory. For presentation, I think you should also present about what kind of collective memory and belief of people there. So what related collective memory and belief to the mitigation type? I think you should give information or percentage about that. So all of people read this thesis or this presentation will know what kind of personal experience and also collective memory have role in makes mitigation for hazards. This is for Pak Wahyu, and then for Bu Rahmanita. This is about morphology of former colonial settlement. Usually study about morphology that also have said by Pak Ika Putra. Study of morphology is study about chain of form usually. So in the first the third page of your slide, there is figure 2. There is about picture change in the form of space in Depok Lama settlement in 1917 until berapa ini? 2010. So you can identify what component of the settlement chain during the times. I think it's important to know the chain of the form. But the presentation after this slide only one time. Only this is for example in page 3, slide 3, finding and discussion only on one map from RTRB. But this is only in the same time of map. So we can not know how change of the, for example, this is a structure of the village, for example. But if you only watch time, I mean not change, you have mixed explanation, more detail about what point you will examine. For example, about land use. I think land use not enough only present about sorry, this one about settlement. Yellow legend is settlement, and then for area for perdagangan and jasa is what's it kind red. It's I think it's very not. You should make more detail about that. What kind of land use? Not only yellow and red. I think it's very rough information about morphology about land use, yeah, for the study of morphology. This is also about about just a minute, land use, and then yeah, this one. This one about road network pattern. This is very simple, but I think it will be interesting if you also make identification about more detail about road network. But this is settlement. I think not only roads, it's very important to identify, but also about early between houses in kampung. This is very important. So you can identify, maybe there is many pattern of early in the kampung. So I think it's more interesting and more more interesting for this research. And we will know more about this kampung detailing. It also about, this one, residential space pattern. Yeah, this is no detail information about residential space pattern. Yeah, yeah. I think you should also make more detail about investigation about residential space pattern. Maybe about orientation, maybe about composition of building and open space, and so on. Yeah. This is my comment about this research. So because this is morphology about settlement, so I think more detail about point of you have investigated should be carried out. Sampai kedemikian, Munares, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi. So we are in the last minutes of this session. Maybe there is something, another comments from Dr. Ika Putra?
I think it's enough. Hopefully, my comment will give quite positive input to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ika Putra. And thank you also for the two presenters, Mr. Wahyu Setiawan and also Ms. Rahmanita. And I give it the session back.
I will send my PPT on the chat if you like. I will soon do sending the file.
Okay,
thank you, Pak Ika Putra.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Ika Putra.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bu Dr. Riani, I think it's the end of the session from session 12. So I give the time back to Bu Dr. Riani. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Nares, Dr. Ika Putra, and also Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi, and all of the presenters for the discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of our International Doctoral Colloquium. So thankfully, we already completed all of the panel sessions in this today's colloquium. So please join me to give big round of applause for everyone once again. Now we move to the closing sessions. I would like to invite Professor Insinyur Windu Nuryanti, M.Arch, PhD, as the head of the Architectural Doctoral Study Program, Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to deliver the closing remarks and officially close this International Doctoral Colloquium. Professor Windu, the time and screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Wow, it's been so wonderful 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, dear friends, colleagues, professors, lecturers. In closing, I would just like to express my deep appreciation to all presenters and discussants who give us 2 such stimulating days of informative intellectual discussions. So many different topics were discussed, covered under the umbrella theme of architecture and the built environment. In particular, I would like to applaud the presenters for their preparation and effort. I would like to sincerely thank all discussants for taking time out of their busy schedules to give us the benefit of their lifelong experience and insights. Finally, I wish to thank the moderators of the panel sessions who kept the session running smoothly and on time. And the volunteer students and the IT team who worked so hard behind the scenes to make this colloquium a success. In closing, thank you all again. And we at the Gadjah Mada University hope that we can organize such colloquium on a regular basis. Once again, thank you and God bless you and stay well.
Thank you very much, Prof. Windu, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that we learn many things in the field of architecture and planning to enrich our research, especially in terms of research methods and new research area in the field of architecture and planning. We would like to thank everyone for the hard work, for sharing the research, and for all of the very insightful discussions. On behalf of the organizing committee of this International Doctoral Colloquium, I would like to apologize if there is any inconvenience during this International Doctoral Colloquium 2021. Once again, thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you again in the other opportunity. Thank you very much once again, everyone. For last but not least, to close these 2 days of International Doctoral Colloquium, I would like to invite everyone here together in front of a podium to take picture together. And for those who are still online in Zoom meeting, we can also, everyone can also join us to turn on the camera and we will have picture together online and offline. Thank you, everyone. Let's take a picture.
Prof. Kun sehat, Pak Nyoman, Pak Ngurah, Antaryana sehat.
Terima kasih. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Salam sehat, salam hormat, Prof. Gunawan.
Ya, pada rekan-rekan di UGM ya, saya juga beri salam.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Gunawan
Terima kasih.
tadi.
Salam sehat. Stay well.
Selamat Prof. Pindu. Sukses.
Terima kasih semuanya atas dukungannya. All you support means so much to us.
Baik, saya pamit dulu semuanya. Terima kasih ya.
Terima kasih,
Prof. Gunawan.
Semoga sehat selalu,
Prof.
Prof.
Gunawan. Izin leave juga.
Pak Ika sehat juga toh?
Alhamdulillah, tadi mau janji datang tapi mendengarkan risetnya bagus-bagus jadi takut kehilangan waktu. Jadi saya minta maaf panitia. Jadi mau hilang ya berarti kehilangan 4-5 presenter kan rugi.
Amin, amin.
Pak Ika Putra masih ada nggak ini?
Ada mana Pak Bintang?
Ini. Pak Bintang. Pak Ika Putra mau bicara.